Bangers only in this motherfucker, Zio Duke. That's right, motherfuckers. Welcome to the only source of actual real news on Twitch. This is the News Underground. That was Shad Evil with Get Bugged. I am abandoned nihilism. My fate is sealed. As soon as Jeff Bezos sees this show, I'm super fucked, so you might as well soak it in while you can, because I'm about to get the X. I can feel it. My soundboard finger is twitching. Folks, we got a lot of news today. I'm going to cover just a smattering, and I'm going to try to keep it tight. This stream is not obese. This stream is fit, ready to fight. Like I am, right? Look at me. Stoned off my ass, don't even bother to put a razor to my fucking face. I should have cleaned up the neck. I really should have cleaned up the neck and the... Too late now. Dumbass. This is the problem when you don't look in the mirror. We love chubby streams. Shut up. I don't love chubby streams. Well, no, I do. I love obese streams. I don't love being obese. This not good. This not good. All right, we're getting to the fucking news. Let's get to it. Big props over here once again. Last Century and Umbasa buried under pressure. Devilish Trio, Memphis 666 exclusive. Guys, can we lengthen these titles out a little bit, guys? No, but we're gonna be in the background. We're gonna be listening to Perp Caddy, Slangin' Hard, full mixtape, Memphis 666 exclusive. It'll just 1 second. Once the scene from Boys in the Hood is finished, then it's gonna get to the music. See, there we go. It's got a great intro. Fucking bass creeps in. So we're going to be listening to that in the background, of course. But you know, a couple funny things before we get to world news, because that's our first topic. Yeah, I know. You know, I love underground music. I really do. I love this shit. I love this shit. There it is. That's the click I was looking for. All right, world news. Yeah, it's the stream is still in work in progress here. I have not finalized the stream. I haven't had time. Go figure, having a child. But no, we got to, first thing off the bat, we got to talk about this. Let me turn this down in my headphones. But we got to talk about this. This is absolutely hilarious. I don't know, this guy was nervous or something. He didn't see the cups, or maybe he didn't. This is final. Maybe he didn't have, maybe the cups weren't there and he fucking needed a sip of water. But this is great. I got to turn this into some kind of animation for the stream or something. But this is absolutely hilarious. This Haitian president. He's one thirsty motherfucker, dude. He's one thirsty motherfucker. He's like, he's not even looking at the picture. So I just chalk it up to nerves, okay? Nerves. Pre-watch news isn't as cool anyway.
Respect.
Right? Bitch, I watch almost all of this before I show it. Shut up. No, you're not a bitch. You're number one in the chat. But it's not completely off the cuff. It's just mostly off the cuff. Not mostly. 50-50. It's about 50-50. Look at that water, though. Shut up, Zeoduke. You think you're clever. Everything you say is a stab into my heart. They got some gluggable water. That shit's so gluggable, dog. Oh fuck, man, I want to glug that so bad. I want to fucking glug that so bad. Do I love water?
Till this.
Do I love water?
Respect.
He says. I'm a hydro homie.
You know, if he'd done that more confidently, it would have been a power move. What can I say? Public speaking, it's thirsty work.
Shut up. Big Water advert product placement. You bet. You bet. I'm totally sponsored by Big Water. We can't emulate Kyle Kalinske. Come on, we can't do that now. That's loser shit. Why is chugging the whole pitcher? Look, he's nervous. I don't think there was cups there. There was some kind of thing. He wasn't even looking, so he's like looking away while he's doing this, so he's distracted. He just glugging that shit. Okay, last time. We got some good news, some plausible shit right here. Welcome back, Simply Steve, by the way, Zeoduke and Chem Goblin. First three in the chat. You guys absolutely rock. And of course, any lurkers out there, if you're just checking it out for the first time, you're like, what the fuck is this idiot talking about? But no, we got more union victories against Starbucks. Was it Howard Schultz? That's his name, the piece of shit who runs Starbucks. Who was like the enemy of unions. He's so proud of it. He's going out of his way. He's actually hitting his own profit margins to try and hurt this union. And it's just one dub after another. So the 500 Starbucks union has been formed. Guys, it's great news. Don't listen to Howard Schultz. Don't listen to Jeff Bezos. I don't mean it, Jeff. I do mean it. Don't listen to Elon Musk. Don't listen to the oligarchs. Okay, this is what real democracy looks like. This is what real liberty looks like. We have power. It's 50-50 here. We're selling our labor. You're providing the job. You're the job creator. We're the job maker. Job doer. Dunner. We're the job dunners.
Okay. I'm excited to be a part of the union. I'm excited to work.
Why does this look like AI? Is there some kind of fucking filter on this shit? Why does this look AI? Is everything AI now?
With all the other stores.
What, you didn't have time to do this? You said, hey, Chat GPT, do a response for our union to make up a friendly Asian-looking guy to do... We're too busy, man. We're too fucking busy.
And sit across Starbucks at the bargaining table and to hopefully make a better future for all the partners and to be just a part of something much bigger.
Oh, that's what, yeah, okay. So there's something going on. Okay, I'm not tripping. Okay, yeah. All right, there's some kind of face smoothing or something over here. Look at, like, the skin tone doesn't even match, dog. What the hell's going on here? I do enjoy letting water run all over my body as well. I don't know. It's a kink of mine. Well, maybe. Who knows? Maybe he's just a good-looking dude. Maybe he just glows. Maybe he's just that effervescent. He's just, Like, I want this guy to be my barista, and I want my barista to be well paid, you know, to be happy and fulfilled in his position when he's making my latte. I know how to say it. I don't go to Starbucks, by the way. I started a boycott of Starbucks when I was 19 because of how they source their beans, which they still do from Ethiopia. They're a total cartel. They buy most of the coffee from Ethiopia, and they control the market there. And they, of course, undercut them, you know, pay these peasant farmers pennies on the pennies, you know, just ripping them off at every chance. That hasn't changed. So my boycott of Starbucks hasn't changed. Thank you. You can applaud me. Yeah, no, I'm a hero. It's true. It's okay. You can applaud me. That's okay. I don't think I've ever seen a Starbucks. I took one sip of a Starbucks that my wife got, and it was disgusting. It was just like regular coffee with, like, you know, sugar and cream. It was bitter, and it was disgusting. And I said, wow, okay, great. I'm literally missing nothing. I'm also boycotting Chick-fil-A and Hobby Lobby. But, of course, I haven't really done any scrapbooking, so Hobby Lobby is kind of dodged a bullet there. But I am a fat ass, and I probably would have ate probably several hundred chicken sandwiches from Chick-fil-A. So there you go, Chick-fil-A. Take that, you sons of bitches. Not today, buddy. Hobby Lobby, had not heard of it. Oh, look it up. You know, Christian nationalists. They wanted theocracy, all that shit. All right, so let's get to the really sunny, happy news. Happy, joy. What did Chick-fil-A do again? They are proudly against homosexual rights. They're pieces of shit that don't believe homosexuals are human beings. Who killed these people? I don't know. We'll find out. Did Chick-fil-A cut you off? Did they cut me off? I got some vendetta against them. I'm protesting you. I got kicked out of a Chick-fil-A one day, and I never forgot it. That is funny. Yeah, it's over the homophobia. Yeah. Damn. Yeah. Well, I've never had a sandwich, and I'll never know. I'm not even going to take a bite. Because I'm not really a coffee fan, but I know I'm a chicken sandwich fan. So it's like, no, I'm not even going to tempt myself. Who do we approve of, though? Where should I go eat? Shut up, Chem Goblin. Look, we don't have a lot of power, right? I think we can agree there. But one of the things we do have power in this hyper-capitalist environment is with our fucking money. All right, there's a reason why Israel, the ADL, is, you know, doing everything it can to pass laws to say it's illegal to boycott, divest, and sanction Israel, the BDS movement, because it works. So don't give me that shit. Okay, I literally have a chat bot from a link you helped provide, reminding people of the companies that are contributing to the war, to the country that's invading your country, and to the country that's perpetuating an attempted genocide. So I'm sorry, boycotting works. Hey man, I've been holding this boycott of Starbucks since I was 19. That's a dub. That's a dub for me. That's a dub for me. Maybe you misunderstand. Probably. 100%. There's loads of companies that didn't leave Israel and didn't leave Russia that various people are talking about boycotting, as they should. I'm not against boycott. Oh, you're fine, Chem Goblin. I needed to rant. Like saying we're not going to shop at Walmart, but we still do. I don't. I went into Walmart and shopped there once, I think 10 years ago, when I was at a very obscure Airbnb. My wife and I were going to a fancy restaurant, and I needed some kind of dress shirt. It was literally the only option. That's the only time I've ever been to a Walmart. But I mean, I don't shop there at the Walmarts. But it's not like going to Save on Foods and, you know, these other, because they're grocery store billionaire oligarchs that own almost everything around here. So you have to pick and choose. Right now I'm punishing Loblaws because of how Loblaws has been acting with its price inflation, its greedflation, but it's tough. It can be extremely tough. All right, let's get to the world news, folks. Enough jibber jabber, boycotting. I think boycotting's good, but we got some bad news. Burkina Faso up to it again. Massacre in not Burkina Faso. Who the fuck is their name? We'll get the name here. In Burkina Faso, what's their name here? Oh, different. I was thinking of someone else completely. Okay, never mind. Different militant group in my head completely. Okay. Massacre in Burkina Faso as 600 dead, double previous estimates according to French security assessment. It's wild to me how mainstream corporate news will, hour and hour after of content and shit like this will happen, and maybe they'll get like 5 seconds of like, a massacre in Burkina Faso. There's always like a B, C tier person who's reading off the headlines every 3 hours or something on CNN, MSNBC, right? They have just some rando. Oh, here's some actual news in between all the fucking blah blah blah, and it's just full blown massacre. 600 dead people created. Can you imagine if that shit was happening in some American state? How big of a deal that would be? In France, when that terrorist shot up, he did a massacre at Charlie Hebdo and then ended up in the grocery store. Big news, but in Burkina Faso here, 600 dead, and it's like, yeah, well, just another day. Mentioned an African massacre during the 28 IDF murder and a teen girl. She said, yes, but who cares about... Whoa, dog! Whoa, bye! Bye! It's like you can't even pretend to care? You can't even pretend to care, dog? Wow! You can't even perform a little empathy for me? Okay. See you later. That's shocking.
You're driving to the site of one of the worst massacres in years.
Okay, well, as you can see, disturbing images. I haven't censored this, and it's one of those stupid CNN things. Yeah, there's probably dead bodies and shit everywhere. Oh shit, yeah, okay. Yeah, wow. Okay, I can't show this footage. I cannot show this footage. If you want this link right here so you can watch the footage on your own. Yeah, they're running up, opening fire on the people. That's right. I've read this previously, but I'll read it to you here. But if you want to watch the video, there it is. Up to 600 people were shot dead in a matter of hours by Al-Qaeda-linked militants. Hey, I thought we defeated Al-Qaeda. Isn't that the narrative coming from Israel? Thought we got rid of old Al-Qaeda there. How do I make this incredibly distracting and horrible? Oh, I know how to do that here. 1 second. We're going to copy. We're going to go to archive. And we're going to put it in there just so I can read the goddamn article. There we go. Oh, look at that. And it's less intrusive. It's all better. Isn't that something? Up to 600 people were shot dead in a matter of hours by Al-Qaeda-linked militants in an August attack in a town in Burkina Faso. So this was happening in August. How old is this news? Yeah, this was put out October 4th. My God. According to a French government security, I might have talked about this already, so I think we were talking about it was earlier estimates, though. According to a French government security assessment that nearly doubles the death toll cited in early reports. Yeah, so I think I did report on this. The new figure would make the assault in which civilians were shot dead as they dug trenches to defend the remote town. Yeah, so they were digging trenches to defend the town. These motherfuckers, psychopaths, just rolled right up on them. And gunned him down right then and there. Well, they thought they were digging trenches. They were digging their own fucking grave. Isn't Al-Qaeda old news? No, they're not old news. That's what I'm trying to point out, is that you don't get rid of terrorism until you get rid of the conditions that create terrorism. So it's, the entire idea that you can use terrorism violence to get rid of terrorism, is antithetical, because it's the violence that is creating the terrorism. But here's the thing: there is one little secret, there is one little trick, and the IDF is trying it. If you annihilate the entire people in the entire country, then technically you might be able to eliminate terrorism with violence. If you just completely annihilate the entire country and completely scatter its people, or of course murder all its people. But I don't even think that's on the cards even now. It's because it's a lot of work. You know, the Nazis had to build camps where you were killing them efficiently in groups and then cremating the bodies. And then even then you had, to the ceiling, literally barns, like think of how large a barn is, bone piles, ash piles to the very ceiling. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. The death camps, to kill 2+ million people, right? Got to scoop them up. You got to, concentrate them in a camp-like camp-like environment, right? Then you got to do the death camp things, and the Nazis, of course, were quite proud. They were getting up to, what was it? Was it over 50,000 a day? Some of these, and they were upgrading the facilities to do more. So they were trying like hell to kill as many as they could. So I'm just saying, like, I think even that's off the cards right now for Israel, because it's like, I don't know. Maybe America would support that, though. I mean, honestly, like, is there any limit to what they would support? But no, I think the likelihood of what we're going to see with the people in Palestine is them being exiled. A good chunk of them being exiled to one of the neighboring Arab countries, and then the rest of them becoming second-class citizens in what is, what used to be Palestine, what it will then be acknowledged as Israel completely takes over the whole region. What I'm curious about is, will Israel finally declare its official borders then? Or will it keep that ambiguous and continue antagonizing its Arab neighbors, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, are they you gonna tell us your borders now? Now that you've soaked up the West Bank? I love how, by the way, the BBC and all these other news organizations, they keep showing the West Bank as some kind of contiguous, some kind of space, some kind of single chunk. And it's a lot of little fucking islands that keep shrinking and shrinking. None of the mainstream media shows any of it. So what's going to happen? They're just going to delete it when it's done anyway. Militants, deadly single attack in Africa, and death toll cited. Yeah, a new figure would make the assault in which civilians were shot dead as they dug trenches to defend the remote town of Barsha Logo, one of the deadliest single attacks in Africa in recent decades. So they just ran up on a bunch of unarmed civilians and fucked them up. Yeah, exactly, Ice King. Exactly. No, they're human beings. It's utterly ridiculous. You know what side I'm on. I'm just speaking objectively here. Unlike every other media personality when talking about this, they try to leave it open and ambiguous. Oh, it could still be about security. Oh, this is still about anti-terrorism. This is a response to Hezbollah. And yeah, okay. Boycott of the future Gaza Casino Beach complex will last 6 minutes. We'll have Asmon Gold doing sponsored gambling streams for the Gaza Casino. You kidding me? Militants from Jama'at Nasrat al-Islam wal Muslimim, JNIM, otherwise known as JNIM. We've all heard of JNIM. An al-Qaeda affiliate based in Mali and active in Burkina Faso opened fire methodically as they swept into the outskirts of Barcelogo on motorcycles and shot down villagers who lay helpless in the freshly upturned dirt of the trench. According to the several videos of the August 24th attack posted by pro-JNIM accounts on social media, many of the dead were women and children. Yeah, of course, they're just regular. They were probably given like $1 or less, 50 cents or a quarter even, who knows. Equivalent of currency, a little money, little food, dig a trench, dig a hole. You want some money? Yeah, okay. Right? If I was in that, I could have very easily been you or I. Right? That's, yeah, sure. I'll dig a hole for some money. Yeah. Many of the dead were women and children, and the footage is punctuated by the sound of automatic gunfire and screams of victims as they are shot while apparently trying to play dead. Yeah, and so if you've ever seen these videos that these militants put out, they're pretty disgusting. They're psychopaths. They just run up, and then they make sure, they go body to body, very methodically. We saw in the Russian, the recent terrorist attack in Russia against, at that massive concert hall in Russia. The video there showed insane footage. The guy's like shot dead. He's bleeding out on the ground. Homie walks up and just like almost comically, just slashing at his throat. And it's just disgusting, the heartlessness that comes from these religious extremists. They, like, it's tough because the left is really terrible at this. Hassan, the Hassan style left, right? They don't know how to criticize terrorist organizations without sounding like they support the U.S., a military-industrial complex narrative, the Israeli narrative on, violence is effective against terrorism. They understand that it's not effective against terrorism, but it's kind of lazy thinking. It really is lazy thinking to associate some of these extremist groups with some kind of legitimate resistance, like they actually represent the needs and desires of the people. But there's gradations. Hezbollah is more of a government than Hamas is. Hezbollah provides services, et cetera, tries to actually have representation, have a media arm, have a media spokesperson. I know Hamas does, but it's all, it's all amateur hour. So there's gradations as well. And the left, in my experience, just wants to go, from the river to the sea. This is the resistance. And it's like, guys, they first of all, unless you're a bearded man who reads the Quran exclusively, they hate your fucking guts. So there's that issue as well. I'm babbling, I'm going on, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's really difficult for the left right now to wrap its head around the complexity of the current situation here. We're dealing with a lot of violent, cynical, racist, xenophobic, theological, ignorant groups with a lot of regular innocent people caught in the middle. And it's really hard to, as you can see, I have to bloviate just to kind of cram it all in there, right? And it would be a whole lot easier if I was just like, oh, well, yeah, well, they're the resistance, and we got to support the resistance against Zionism, and we got to support the resistance against the United States military-industrial complex. And it's like, you're halfway there. Because we absolutely need to, but we need to understand how to do that properly. Anyway, the horrific death toll, if the French government estimate is confirmed, would mark an unusually brutal moment in the Sahel, an increasingly lawless swath of the West Africa just south of the Sahara, where security projects spearheaded by the United States and French militias have struggled to slow the march of jihadists. A series of coups across Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, got to be careful with that word, led to the departure of French and African forces. Yeah, we reported on all that. The Russian mercenaries summoned by the juntas to bolster their grip have instead left a vacuum in which jihadists have thrived, said the assessment given by CNN by a French security official. So, great leadership once again. Joe Biden, international community, letting Putin make a complete fucking mess of this, as usual. Welcome back, female eunuchs. Welcome back, Smash. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being here and listening to my bloviating. This is a multi-nuanced battlefield with good bad guys on both sides and provocateurs going ham. There's not a lot of good guys. That's the thing, is that almost all the players, the important players in this, in the Israel Middle East situation, are bloody as hell. Almost every single element, and every single player is lying and vying for its own version of power and control. It's an incredible mess. And it is, it is in its own way very complicated. I'm not going to sit there and deny it. What isn't complicated, though, is the solution. If you actually wanted the solution, if you actually wanted to fix this, that's actually not complicated. And that's the big thing that the enemies of the solution want to not talk about. Of course, the solution is a technocratic government. You create a security zone, building a corridor between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, giving back a bunch of the settlements, giving them back to the Palestinians, giving back thousands of farms, forcing settlers to move out. Gaza Strip gets its farming rights back, and then a technocratic government in place. While security is created long enough for a legitimate democratic government to be replaced, right? We did this after World War II with Germany and with Japan, I think, as well. We actually know how to do this when we want to do this. We don't want to do this. The West is seemingly well aware of what's happening. It's just they find it inconvenient that it's happening now. And that would always be the case, which is what Bibi Netanyahu knows. The West is always going to be inconvenienced by him destroying Palestine, no matter who's in charge. Different gradations, left and right, because obviously the Republicans would be less inconvenienced for Bibi to finish the job, as Trump says. Anyway, that's what makes this even more difficult. Is that the Gaza situation, right? Is that a solution is right there, and the actors. Let's not pretend like the United States doesn't know exactly what it needs to do to force Israel to do what it wants. It doesn't want that. It doesn't want that. It wants Israel to have Palestine. That's what it wants. That's the goal. Seemingly the goal from the very beginning, since the 40s. And I don't think it has anything to do with Zionism when it comes to geopolitics and power in the West. I think it has everything to do with Iran, with Lebanon, with Egypt, with the entire Middle East, right? You put a big O. It's basically think of Israel as a big military base for the Western powers. Keep the whole region in check. The United Nations initially estimated the death toll was at least 200. JNIM said it had killed nearly 300 people, so they're bragging. Yeah, we kill women and children. And this is what I'm talking about with the left. We can't defend these guys, lefties. We have to come out with arguments that's shitting on these people appropriately. Oh, yeah, no, we killed 300 women and children. Yeah, we made 300 martyrs. Well, congratulations, you cowards. But claimed it had targeted militia members affiliated with the army. So even they have to lie. We got the fucking footage, man. Right? Probably a bunch of Allah Akbars while they're pumping bullets into women and children. Rather than civilians, according to a translation by site intelligence group cited by Reuters. Yeah, and this is the problem with jihadists, Al-Qaeda, all of them, ISIL, ISIS, all of them. They're all a bunch of fucking liars. They're totally cynical. All you need to do is look up their fucking porn habits. Yeah, they have them. They go to Pornhub, they look at, black booty, big booty, black porn. We have it. We have proof. We have fucking proof. They're wild. What I'm trying to point out is that they're wildly hypocritical. Wildly hypocritical. These religious extremists. At the very top, wildly corrupt. I mean, the shit that was on Bin Laden's laptop, man. Supposedly. That Bin Laden shit, man. I don't know about that, dog. Really? We just dump his body in the ocean. That's SOP, right? We just do that's just standard operating procedure, right? Okay, dog. My BS detector's still going off. Mission accomplished. We just got him. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. None of it made sense. I'm not an asshole. These motherfuckers lie by default. They'll come out decades later and be like, boy, we lied our asses off about that one. That was all for the good of the people. Yeah, we got it. Well, yeah, we got to hit those controversial topics, right? One thing that we need to do right away is talk about the Trilateral Commission, because we got John Bolton being bandied about as an expert on mainstream media talking about how dangerous Iran is. And this motherfucker has been wanting to bomb Iran since he was sucking off John McCain. And now it's like a legitimate, oh, well, is that the next? That's what we need to do if we're going to take out Hezbollah. We might as well take out Iran, right? That's the next thing. And this is all put in this is all the Trilateral Commission's, main goal. I think it was Iraq, Afghanistan, and then fucking Iran. We'll have to get into the history of it, though, so we do need to do a deep dive. Anyway, disgusting stuff. They're pieces of shit. You get the point. If you want to read the rest of the article, it's right here. Terrible stuff. We'll be following up on it when we can. I don't have time to focus as much. I'm trying to say I was trying to do this tight, and here I am bloviating. Okay, yeah. Somebody who wants to buy a laptop from me hits me up at the when can I come over? Yeah, well, I'm busy. Moving on to the next topic here. India government says criminalizing marital rape, quote unquote, excessively harsh. So I just wanted to show this because I wanted to show this because I say this, I say something very controversial when it comes to India sometimes, but I mean it. I keep seeing articles like this. I keep seeing examples. There is a rape problem on the rapists, Ice King. There is a rape problem in India. India has a rape problem. It's almost hard for us to perceive, to conceive, to perceive in our head, not conceive. Sorry, bad pun. It's hard for us to perceive in our head. But imagine a woman on a bus surrounded by a bunch of dudes and they just start going ham. Bunch of not a group, not a bunch of bros, right? Total strangers 5 seconds ago. Then they pounce on a woman and they go into, it's like a frenzy. They go into a fucking frenzy, dude. And it's not me being racist. That's not me being, nationalist. Oh, India bad. It's legitimately happening. And one of the big reasons that it's happening is that it's being protected and sanctioned by the Indian government, the Modi government. And it's statements like this coming out. Marital rape, criminalizing marital rape, excessively harsh. It's a big problem. The Indian government has opposed petitions in the top court that seek criminalization of marital rape, saying it would be, quote unquote, excessively harsh. The Federal Home Ministry told the Supreme Court that a man does not have a fundamental right to force sex on his wife, but there were enough laws to protect married women against sexual violence. Spoiler alert, there isn't. There isn't. Would you believe the old she was asking for it argument? She deserved it argument works in Indian courts? Women have to, in court, defend themselves. Of course, it's all men. It's just a big old group of men, but they have to sit there and be judged by aren't you, you were being seductive. You were being, sultry, or, you were showing, some body part. Anything, any excuse. The top court is hearing petitions seeking to amend a British-era law, lovely, isn't it, that says a man cannot be prosecuted for rape within marriage. Isn't that cute? Goes all the way back to the British occupation. I'm telling you, those British colonizers, man, those British colonizers were unbelievably monstrous. And they really, there hasn't been enough media. I think there's been enough books, right? But in terms of like Passion of the Christ level truth telling when it comes to British colonizers, we're thinking Pocahontas, No. No. It was just an orgy of violence and disgusting behavior. Does the Bible speak against marital rape? Yes, I think it's hidden in Jesus's teachings on divorce. Okay, yeah, let's have an argument with religious people about what's in their fucking book that they don't even read. They thought of a lot of old things. Don't get me started on those Canadians either. Canadians in war, dude, are crazy. Apparently, I keep looking into the history of Canadian, war fighting. Apparently, we're psychopaths. Violence within marriage is rampant in India, according to a recent government survey. 1 in 25 women had faced sexual violence from their husbands, and this is just reported, so it's likely much, much higher. There's a woman here saying we want to be safe, not to be raped. Well, I mean, within reason. That's what the Indian court says. They see that statement, they go, well, within reason. I mean, a little rape. Marital rape is outlawed in more than 100 countries, including Britain, which it criminalized it in 1991. So isn't that great? Isn't that great? They've criminalized it. Back in the 90s, though. What in the hell was happening before the... I've watched a lot of British TV from the 80s and before 1991. I've never heard about marital rape being legal. What the fuck? That's wild to me. The 90s? Not the 60s, 70s, 80s, the 90s. That's when they got around to it. Not all British rules were bad, as in India some sects of Hindus would burn the wife with the husband when he died. Oh, so if the wife lived. Yo, that's that's insane. And in America it was 93? Oh, lordy. Oh, did Mad Men get into this a little bit? I think not really. Like they got into the fact that it was legal, but I think there was some marital rape stuff happening in Mad Men. They only recently repealed the sodomy laws. My God, that blows my mind. But India remains among the 36 countries, along with Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Saudi Arabia, where the law remains in the statute book. So that doesn't surprise me one bit. Okay, a number of petitions have been filed in recent years calling for striking down section blah, blah, blah. The law mentions several exemptions or situations in which sex is not rape, and one of them is by a man with his own wife if she is not a minor. Oh, okay. So it's wildly ambiguous. Okay, great. So ladies, that's the only bar you got to pass. What's the big deal? It's justice is being. We don't need to make more laws. Look, it's fine. Campaigners say an argument is untenable in modern times and that forced sex is rape regardless of who commits it. No, if it's a husband, you're good to go. Where I live is still legal and not tie your car up to the hitching post. Still illegal to not tie your car up to the hitching post. Oh, like it's a horse? Well, that's just adorable. United Nations Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International have also raised concerns about India's refusal to criminalize marital rape. Yeah. Indian government, religious groups, rights activists oppose any plans to amend the law. Consent is rape implied. Blah, blah, blah. Case to Supreme Court, Delhi High Court. So this is interesting. But the Indian government, religious groups, the men's rights activists have opposed any plans to amend the law, saying consent for sex is implied in marriage and that a wife cannot retract it later. Wow. So get married, ladies. Boy, if you're a lady, you're just in a big hurry to get married, huh? Once you get married, it's implied that you consent to sex 24/7 without argument. You become a sex slave. Isn't that great, guys? Just like my pornos. It's just like my pornos. The courts have given contradictory judgments, sometimes allowing a husband to be tried for rape while at others dismissing the petition. So it's usually the most egregious. The case came to the Supreme Court after the Delhi High Court in 2022 delivered a split verdict. The top court began hearings in August. So split verdict, 50-50. Well, husband should be able to just, crank her over the table and bang one out, right? I mean, come on. This is a free country, isn't it? She's just your property, right? Man, Indian dudes are horny as hell, bro. I gotta say that. These guys are horny as shit. The state's response in their 49-page affidavit submitted in the Supreme Court on Thursday has not come as a surprise in a country rooted in patriarchal traditions where marriages are considered sacrosanct. Yeah, they're so sacrosanct. Yeah, I wonder why. Because it'll legally allows you to turn your wife into a sex slave. No wonder they. Oh, it's a big deal. Get married. Get married. Get married. Anyway, pretty disgusting stuff. Different class. Yeah. Okay, we can finish. I'm right here at the end. The report says the marriage is a relationship of a different class and has an entire ecosystem of laws, rights, and obligations. It's funny because all these obligations are on the woman, right? Is the guy obligated to, make a certain amount of money? Is the guy obligated to be as faithful as the woman? No. Yeah, and female eunuchs making a great point. This is pretty much exactly what J.D. Vance is talking about. This is exactly, I have proof of it. If I can just quit my bloviating, I can show you. Criminalizing marital rape may seriously impact the conjugal relationship and may lead to serious disturbances in the institution of marriage, it stated. Total hogwash. It's such a one-way, like I said, slave relationship. The affidavit noted that in a marriage, there was a continuing expectation to have reasonable sexual access from one spouse. No shit. It really, just flip this. Just ladies, flip this. The wives in India need to all buy strap-on dildos and get really into pegging their husbands and say, what? I'm deriving sexual pleasure from this. I need to peg you. Bend it over. Seriously. The women of India need to buy strap-on dildos and start really, really, really getting into pegging. All right? Because they're not saying gender, right? The affidavit noted that in a marriage there was a quote. This is from a legal fucking decision. Continuing expectation to have reasonable sexual access from one spouse. Right? Get to pegging. Indian women, get to pegging. We should fundraise to buy Indian women strap-on dildos so that they can demand anal sex from their husbands. I'm 100% serious. I am so fucking rock solid serious. I'm as rock solid as a strap-on dildo. Am I wrong? Indian women should be demanding anal sex from their husbands. Watch this law get nuked from high orbit. Watch this law get fucking kamehameha'd from the Indian Goku. Clip that shit. I'll put it up on the internet. Let's get strap-on dildos to the women in India, to the wives in India, so that they can be demanding anal sex from their husbands. 100%. Welcome back, Arbitoire. And while this does not entitle a husband to coerce his wife into having sex, yeah, it kind of fucking does. Including marital rape under anti-rape laws would be excessively harsh and disproportionate. So that's from the ruling. Wow. So they're literally in the ruling, they're hypocritical and speaking out of both sides of their mouth here. That's unbelievable. They're literally saying continuing expectation to have reasonable sexual access from one spouse, but then saying it's literally in the next sentence, and while in the same sentence, and while this does not entitle a husband to coerce his wife into having sex, including, yes, it does. Continuing expectation to have reasonable sexual access. No means no, guys. There's no such thing as sexual acts. Look, I'm a married man. I know all about this. It's very painful. It's very true. Okay? She's not in the mood. She's not in the mood, fellas. Reasonable sexual access from one spouse. That's totally nebulous, by the way. For one guy, that's 6 times a day. For another, that's 6 times a month. Biggest difference between the West and India is that most Americans don't understand class, but India took that from a whole. The caste system in India is unfortunate, and it's going to take hundreds of, probably another several. I mean, it's going to take who can predict, but it's going to take generation after generation to get over this caste system. Where's my tunage? All right. Anyway, that's shocking stuff. So there you have it. There you have it right there from the government. This is a legal decision from the government right there. India has a rape problem. Enough said. Here we go with some video now. Tunisians, we're over to Tunisia here. Tunisians protest against President Kais Saied before the October 6th election. So this is an election that's happening right now, actually. Oh, shit.
Crowds of Tunisians once again took to the streets to protest against President Kais Saied ahead of the country's presidential election. They accuse Saied, who is seeking a second term in office, of stamping out political competition. Among the crowd were many young people, some who said they refused to cast their ballots in the election.
King.
No, absolutely no. I won't vote because, first of all, there is no one in the candidates that I can vote for. But also what happened in the electoral process is not, doesn't have any guarantees for transparent and free election.
With most of Saied's opponents in jail or barred from running, protesters insist elections will not be free or fair.
I mean, normally I would be against protesting, because obviously in America, the dynamic is different. We can make a difference if we participate in the system. But when you have the complete breakdown of democracy like what you have here, obvious politically, obviously arresting political opponents, having a sham election, it does make sense to not participate in it at that point, because basically your participation is in a way acquiescing to the tyranny, right? So let's hope that we never, if Trump were to get into office, our elections would kind of turn into this, where it was just totally pointless, like the Chinese elections, right? Totally pointless. We know what's going to happen. We know it's pre-decided. It's really just kind of a masturbation ritual so that this tyrannical dictatorship can continue to pretend it's a democracy, so that it could have, some supposed legitimacy, et cetera, et cetera. I bet you the democracy and freedom rhetoric went well into, goes well into, after the creation of a dictatorship. You'll be hearing these tyrannical dictatorships. Oh, we're so democratic. Oh, look, our elections are so great. So I get it. At this point, yeah, it does make sense to just say, no, we're not participating in this farce.
We came to protest to say that the
27%, interesting.
Who won 5 years of governance, does not want these elections
interesting,
to be fair.
Sabercat. Welcome back, by the way.
Now
I
that his
will
term has
put that
ended.
in the Discord, and I'll take a look at it after the stream.
There are a lot of young people here today, and they didn't live under the dictatorship of Ben Ali. They don't know what dictatorship means: repression, torture,
So
imprisonment.
33%.
They haven't lived
That's
under a
pretty
police
dismal,
state. But I'm very happy to hear them today saying no to
And that is, that 33%, is that reported from the government? It could very well be much lower.
a new police state.
Welcome back, Davey. Good to see you, buddy.
The election is
Smoke a
scheduled
lot,
for Sunday
Denmark.
the 6th
Welcome
of
back.
October.
Paging Dr. Green Thumb. All right, so there you go. That is my. You know what? I'm curious. I'm curious if the elections are. God damn it! How did I get an A in there? If the elections are going on right now, yeah, Tunisian polls open with President Sisi's rivals in jail. So here we go, 7 hours ago. That was from yesterday.
It's free in that people are able to come and vote freely. There has been a steady turnout this morning, and free in that domestic and foreign press like ours have been given accreditation to come and cover these elections. It's not
Yeah, I'm highly doubtful about a civil war in Russia as well. Like the person that I trust the most in terms of, you know, what is actually happening in Russia is Vlad Vexler, and unfortunately, I hope it's not true, but that motherfucker's like on his goddamn deathbed. He's literally the most articulate person on this subject here. We can't lose Vlad Vexler right now. So if you can, you know, make sure you check out Vlad Vexler, and if you check out his community notes there, you'll see a donation link. Make sure you're helping out Vlad Vexler, man. Son of a bitch, we need him. But he gives us a perspective on what's really happening with the Russian public. And the most important thing you have to remember is that Russians don't view their government in the way that Western democracies view their government. There's a separation. There's not so much an expectation for services and help. It's more of a transactional relationship. The more urban centers, the Moscows, Sevastopol, is that one as well? No. St. Petersburg. Big cities, the bigger urban cities. That perception is a little bit more. It's very youthful. There's, so that's why we're seeing him avoid pulling people from those regions. Sorry, I'm babbling. I'm butchering this a little bit. So let's get back to here. Tunisia over here. Sorry. Yeah, but anyway, what I'm trying to get at though is that if you want to understand Russia, the Russian public. And why a civil war is unfortunately not on the cards right now, until we see some real economic damage. And I'm talking some real economic damage. I'm talking fucking starvation. Okay, I'm talking like, people can't get food, people can't get, water, stuff like that. Like a real true breakdown. Only then would we see what would be necessary for a civil war. And even then, it would have to be going on for years and years and years before the Russian public we're really ready to do something about it, right? When the aggression against them would stop working. But our best bet is the oligarchs working with the Russian military, working with the Russian secret fucking police and all that to take out Putin. But that's not on the cards as well. Putin is an expert when it comes to preventing himself getting couped. So it's he would have to be slipping on an epic level, and that motherfucker doesn't slip when it comes to getting couped. He's probably got people sipping his drinks and everything. Like he's probably every precaution is probably put out. So a Russian civil war, it's kind of fantasy at the moment right now. Yeah, China leaves, India, the China-India alliance. And the Russian economy, they can't sell their oil to anybody. Yeah, okay, now we're really talking, but with China and India, even with the current sanctions there, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see next year, how well Russia is able to hide this, but I don't know, man. I feel like Russia has, at the current pace, Russia has a lot of steam left. And that's what's really unfortunate, is that they just need to wait out the Western democracies, their patience, and it's working. Putin knows. He knows how weak characters like Joe Biden are. He knows how weak the UK is. How Germany is dying. How Germany is dying to fold. It's only a matter of time, and that's what Putin has. He can buy time.
Egypt or even Israel yet, but fair, well, most of the opposition candidates will tell you no. In fact, most of the people who wanted to stand in this election have either been, as president, have either been disqualified or are in jail. There's only 3 candidates on the ballot. The incumbent, Kais Saied, one of the other candidates, he also was jailed last week for 12 years for various...
I don't know. When it comes to, the question in the chat, is Kamala Harris weak on Russia, Ukraine? Her rhetoric right now is positive, but she's not really making. She doesn't really. I don't know, man. I honestly have no idea if she's just going to be another Obama, Joe Biden, fucking, just fucking another one that does exactly what they're told, that doesn't really show leadership, is afraid to take chances, is afraid to, disrupt, is afraid to, put their neck out in any kind of way. I don't know if Kamala is any different. I really don't know. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Election-related offences, and the third candidate is sort of seen as being a former ally of the president. Kais Saied himself hasn't even bothered to take up his opportunity to speak. He's allotted 5 minutes on state TV to speak. He hasn't given any election speeches, so it would seem that victory for him is almost assured. Even the highest administrative court, that if there were any complaints about how the election has been conducted, well, it's been stripped of its power, and the main opposition party...
Nikki Haley talks a good game because she's out of power. If she was in power, she would be repeating the right-wing Republican line. She's a craven politician. Do not be convinced by her theatrics. I will say, though, that her theatrics are very convincing. But the moment if she can be that way because there's no consequences to what she has to say. But I think if she was in power, she would be doing exactly what she was told. And apparently what the Republicans want is they want to apply their oral muscles directly to Putin's cock. I don't know what else to say. Bit quiet compared to the video. Am I? Okay. 95. There we go.
Ennahda, its leader Rashid Ghannouchi, the former Speaker of Tunisia's parliament, well, he is also in jail on what his group calls trumped-up charges. So you would think that victory really seems assured for Kais Saied.
Yeah, no, it's classic dictatorship. I mean, when the political opposition is getting arrested, we know what's going on. It's the whole thing is a sham, and if it's one thing if the political, if it's like an anomaly, and the political opponent is like is absolutely guilty of crimes. That's that does happen. It's happening in America right now. But no, when all the political opposition is wrapped up, they're still doing the elections. It's this obvious what's happening here in Tunisia. Gang raid kills at least 20 people in Haiti. So I don't have much. I don't have. I'm not a expert on Haiti here, but we've been covering this in and out. Over the past couple of years, and not much has changed. It really is until the larger countries are actually willing to hold some of these leaders to account, instead of legitimizing them and instead of just treating them like legitimate leaders, actually carrot and sticking these guys into being legitimate rulers. I don't know what to say. I mean, in my eyes, it's 50-50. It's 50-50. 50% is the incredibly corrupt leadership of these countries, and then 50% is the larger countries, the Western governments, even Russia, China, all that, any country really, just using these countries as slave labor to pull, to get pennies on the dollar, precious metals, gems, and jewels. right? It's like, it's too good of a deal. It's so good even Wagner's there. Like, that's the only thing that Putin kept out of Wagner, right, was the fucking diamond mine operation. Like, oh, that's good money. It's fucking pennies on the dollar. It's basically slave labor. Until that dynamic is rightfully shamed appropriately and then actually changed, I don't think these problems will ever be solved. How much is the Sunni Shia conflict involved here, though? That's another good question. Let's get into it.
A dash for safety. Residents of the town of Pont-Sondé in central Haiti used whatever means they could to flee a gang attack. According to human rights groups, the Grand Griffe gang went on rampage Thursday, killing more than 20 people, including children.
And they just show up like a bat out of hell and just start fucking murdering people, dude.
Dozens escaped with injuries.
Isn't a Muslim guy. Okay. Yeah, well, thinking Sabercat talking about this is Sunni or Shia. Yeah, I don't know. Is this even related? These Haitian gangs, is this even religious, or is this just power?
While most
Terrorism.
of the gang violence is seen in the capital Port-au-Prince, the Arbonite region in north-central Haiti has increasingly seen episodes of gang crime in recent years. We have control of the situation at the moment. However, I caution people of the possibility of another attack. The police are in place, and they told me they are ready to respond to another attack. Haitian leaders warned last week that they're nowhere anywhere near winning the battle against the armed groups as an international police mission deployed to the country struggles.
I'm rather embarrassed because we recently did a deep dive like 2 or 3 months ago, and I've basically forgotten everything. So I'm pretty embarrassed here, but I'll be following up as I see more of this in the news, and I'll be making a note to make sure we mention it at the very least. So Google says Protestant, Methodist, Adventist, Jehovah's Witnesses. Oh wow, 51% Jehovah's Witness. Oh, so that's all. Those are all just different flavors of Catholicism. Roman Catholic, none, 11. Video is still louder. Yeah, I brought it back up. Sorry about that. Okay, I'll keep it down. So this is hilarious. I had to show this. I laughed my ass off. I'm not gonna set this up anymore because I just thought this is so fucking funny. Bro, damn. Like, holy shit. His fucking face. Sabercat, you were confused. We were talking about Haiti. Port-au-Prince, Haiti. We moved on from Tunisia. So apparently, he's okay. First of all, the guy who put tubular bells over this, you're brilliant. You're brilliant. So apparently, this has something to do. So listen to this. This is unconfirmed random Reddit comments, so grain of salt here, but someone asking for context. A lot of car dealers in China are facing increasing hardship due to their waning purchasing power, market being flooded with subsidized cheap EVs from BYD, Chery, etc., and the regulations heavily favoring said companies. So car dealerships, and so this is a Range Rover. So Chinese car dealerships that have American brands or Western brands are having problems selling their cars because China is coming in with their planned economy bullshit, right? China is coming in with heavy regulations favoriting these Chinese car companies. From what I understand, this is a form of protest. So listen to this. Dealers smashing cars they can't sell to write them off. I should buy those viewers. That's John Carpenter. Yes, John Carpenter was the guy who created Tubular Bells for Halloween. So he's doing this. Apparently, he's doing this so he can write off the vehicle. He's intentionally damaging it. I know. No, the view is the most valuable thing. Most people don't quite understand that. The donations, the chatting is huge as well. That engagement, but the view, it's all about the view. That's all the kids care about. That's all they care about. It's like your Twitch penis size. That's the first thing they ask. Straight up, a good majority of people won't even watch you if the view isn't at a certain threshold that they've set for themselves. They feel dirty. Oh, I'll start paying you, baby. I love it. It's like I've always wanted to smash a headlight like that with a sledgehammer. Get it? Yeah, boy! Yeah, Davey, and I have a solution for that. If this stream was ever lucky enough to hit more than, the chat just going fucking bananas, right? I have a solution for that. So don't worry. Make sure you tell your friends and family about the News Underground. Let the stream be popular. It's okay. It doesn't have to be your dirty little secret. It's not a write-off though. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Maybe in China you could just do some shit like that and write it off. I don't know. This is Tubular Bells. That track is Halloween. Oh, you're right. Oh, Sabercat, you're right. Okay, everyone give it up for Sabercat. He's right. He's right. Damn it. Yep. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. He's right. Sabercat is correct. Thank you, Sabercat, for insisting on your correction. Ever watched Kojito's new video about Israel? It's one of the best. I've never heard of that person, but okay. Moving on to climate change. Kojito. Like and subscribe, folks. Kojito.com. So we got to talk about the climate change situation. Let me go ahead and change this here. Listen to some Tubular Bells. I have a hard time finding content creators that, we were just talking about this, but I have a hard time finding leftist content creators that talk about Israel that refuse to acknowledge the untenable nature of Hamas. Look them up on YouTube. Okay, I'll get right on it. Moving on to the hurricane here. I just have some shocking footage here. Look, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Climate change is a catalyst on all existing weather patterns. So if it was supposed to be, a 5, climate change makes it a 7 or an 8. And so basically, because every time there's a major climate event, there's always this big, debate. Oh, was it climate change? Wasn't climate change? It's all climate change. Think of climate change as like a big blanket over climate. It's affecting everything. Cogito is super based. He's a ducky cute Irish accent too. All right, well there we go. Like and subscribe. Cogito. Coming on up. But so that's what I have to say about climate change. It's all climate change, and it's going to continue to get worse and worse. And this is the other thing I always repeat when and then we're going to get to all the footage. Let's watch it. You guys shut up. I'm trying to do a show here. I'm trying to be cognito. I don't want to go get Cogito. We have Cogito at home. I'm the Cogito at home. I'm the Cogito at home. So no, here's the other. Actually, this story goes by confusing, hilarious, a lot about rightoids who lie about it losing their beach properties. We've covered a lot of that. We love you too. Sure you do. I'm no Cogito, that's for certain. So this is the other thing I always say when talking about climate is that. So the first thing I always say is that it affects every climate situation. So in a way, it's kind of everything is climate change. But the second thing that I always say is that we need to wrap our head around the fact that the momentum is already moving. The damage has already been done, and it's going to take several decades of fighting against climate change. Several decades of us fighting against it before this starts to slow down. So get ready to start making the argument to your Facebook uncle or your coworker that's a fucking moron about, oh, we're spending all this money on climate stuff and it's not fixing anything. Things are just getting worse. Things are just getting worse and worse. Yeah, because you can't churn climate on a dime. Yeah, well, that's Milo Yiannopoulos. He's a piece of shit. Go figure. Piece of shit. Diarrhea comes out a piece of shit's mouth. News at 11. Ironically, Sir Smoke-A-Lot is not exactly incorrect. Nuclear power should be part of a larger green energy, conversion. But just be ready. Just steel yourself for the fact that we're going to have to invest trillions with a T, and yes, there's going to be lots of money-making opportunities, lots of profit to be made, but at the end of the day, it is going to require investment of trillions of dollars from the entire world working together to fight against this. Oh, well, China's polluting. How come we can't pollute? China's polluting. It's got to start somewhere. It has to start somewhere. It might as well be with America #1, flying, soaring eagle. So, Sabercat, the whole technocratic, oh, we could just do this and fix it, and we could just do that and fix it. No. We have to accept that this is going to be a hard-fought, long. This is if you're a millennial, you're going to be fighting this until you hit the grave. You're going to be paying for this and fighting against this until you're dead if you're a millennial. If you're Gen Alpha, you might be lucky enough. You might, if we start now, if the millennials start right now, the Gen Alpha might be lucky enough to live in a world without microplastics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So those are the two things that I say. Climate change, it's a catalyst on all climate, and get ready for the fight. Yeah, I'll live forever. Well, if you're programming AI, then you will. But this is the fight of our generation. It's going to be expensive. It's going to be long, and we're going to be fighting against Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos the entire way. Oh, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. Let me pollute. This is devastating footage, and I want to make clear, a lot of these people vote Republican. A lot of these people, repeat the lies. Some of them don't, though. Some of them don't. Some of them would surprise you. I would say a grand majority of them are probably apolitical, don't participate in politics, because that's just the reality of America. So I just want to say I don't think these people deserve it. But I do think a lot of these people were likely delusional about how bad the situation is. And I think, the fact that a lot of these people didn't have insurance shows that. That doesn't mean they deserve it. Absolutely not. The suffering is absolutely terrible. But I do think their suffering should be a learning opportunity for the rest of the world, America especially, but the rest of the world, that these are not anomalous. These situations will continue to happen and ramp up. And like I said, we need to accept the fact that this is going to be a generations are going to need to invest in changing this if we expect this to actually change and get better. So let's watch the footage. And, it really sucks. I mean, there's some people fucking drowning and stuff. It's terrible. Yeah, I know, Sabercat, Trump with the... Yeah, so this footage is totally bananas. I'll turn it up here. Once again, with the TikTok, they really do need to have a different one that's more somber and a more appropriate. Bling! TikTok! Bling! Oh, can you spread your social media presence? TikTok! Bling! The guy's literally screaming, everything's gone! Bling! Bling! So she's asking, is the truck gone? And he's going, everything is gone. So let's slow down this footage here a little bit and you can see what's going on. So this is his front porch. Looking out my back porch. Or is it back door? Bob Marley says not to worry because none of that can stop time. In a way, Bob Marley is correct. Eventually the earth will win. Eventually climate will win. Like if humanity continues to kill itself and to, and wipes itself out, eventually the earth will win. But, I don't know, Bob. I don't know, Bob Marley. How about you sing about a pragmatic fucking solution to some of these problems? Everything will be Irie. Yeah, okay, well, I don't know, man. So anyway, look at this torrent. So as you can see, the trees snapping, but this torrent of water blasting down. This guy's never seen this before in his life. He's never seen this before in his life. Kids run upstairs. God, and then the TikTok. I really can't get over how terrible the irony of that is. But no, it's terrible stuff. The footage I have is shocking. The footage I have is totally shocking. So look forward to it. I got little things sprinkled throughout here. Wanted to point this out really quick because this is what we can expect if this was happening under a Republican administration. As much as I despise the corporate neoliberals who are absolutely feckless, who are absolutely lacking in leadership, there is a clear difference between neoliberal Democrats and fascistic Republicans. Here's a great example of when Trump was in charge. Two former Trump White House officials told me they had to show voter data to Trump to get him to release disaster funding to California wildfire victims. He released it after learning that he had as many GOP supporters in Orange County as he did in Iowa. So hold back the funding. What do you mean? These liberal heathens, hold it back. We don't need to help them. It hurts. It makes the Democratic governors look bad. It makes the Democratic leaders look bad. We might get a chance politically if we let this problem exacerbate. We could lie to them, tell them we gave them everything that they wanted, but the Democratic leaders failed. We could lie to them. This is a good opportunity. Sir, there's actually just as many right-wing Trump voters, just a couple, about 50 miles down south from San Francisco there. 50 miles or 100 miles. How far away is Orange County from San Francisco? You get what I'm saying. As soon as you leave San Francisco, it turns into fucking, it turns into fucking Deliverance. As soon as you, 50 miles north of San Francisco is fucking Deliverance, dude. I'm not playing. I used to vacation over there. It's beautiful, but nothing but woods. Everything woods, man. Trump signs start popping up. It's like, whoa, I haven't seen one of these in a minute. Right, you're from fucking liberal California. You're used to seeing, gay guys give blowjobs in the corner of Castro and 16th. You drive to an Airbnb, and all of a sudden you're in fucking Banjo Land. Sir, we should actually help him out. There's plenty of Republicans there. Oh, okay. Oh, if you say so. Okay, fine. Is there any way we could just help regular people and not gay people? Sir, that would be a political disaster. I don't give a shit. Supreme Court says I'm a dictator. That's what we can expect next time, which is unleashed, right? I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. Supreme Court says I can do whatever the hell I want. Everything's laid in place. It's dictatorship time. I just picture him saying dictatorship time. He's got like a little baby bib while he eats his McDonald's. I'm America's little dictator. Trump used emergency funding for the child cages at the border from FEMA.
Victims of Hurricane Helene will have any help from federal insurance to rebuild. A Reuters analysis.
Yeah, and we're going to get into Florida and the insurance company situation with Ron DeSantis as well, folks. Don't be worrying about that. But gang ended the Romans. Did it? Did it? Some might say it was the gayness that kept that empire as strong as it did for as long as it was. Ever think about that?
Of government data shows only around 1 in 200 people in the state's flood-stricken West are covered by the National Flood Insurance Program. That's a far lower rate than the coastal or riverside areas it's meant to serve. Heavy rainfall events like Helene are likely to be even more damaging with climate change, since warmer air can hold more moisture. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, since 1900, precipitation in the U.S. has increased as temperatures rose, and rain and snow are increasingly falling in intense bursts.
The third one, not so much. Goldfinger, yeah, Goldfinger. Goldfinger can get the finger, dog. But the first two, yeah, baby. It's a shame there wasn't any really good PlayStation 1 Austin Powers video games. That would be great. Third person, you know, chunky PlayStation 1 graphics. You're running through the movie, the levels in the movie, right? You're going after Mini-Me. Oh, man. What happened? Bigger picture, you notice these. Yeah. Sabercat. Totally. Yeah, I mean, the day Trump dies, J.D. Vance gets on the phone, you know, with Peter Thiel. You know, okay, Peter, I'm president. What do you want? You think Vance was the play the whole time? No. Vance was a lucky accident. Vance was a lucky accident. And, dude, how much money did Peter Thiel have to drop in Trump's lap to make that happen? You know, that shoe hasn't dropped yet. We haven't, because it just happened randomly. It was, you know, Trump, I think, was mulling over Nikki Haley, which would have been the smart choice. And he was thinking Nikki Haley, and then Peter Thiel just comes in, and then just Trump changes his mind. Still convinced the Heritage Foundation is manipulating a lot of the BS. I mean, well, clearly through Project 2025, they're basically telling Trump, you know, we'll make you king. Just let us do what we want. The plan is to get everything out of the way. And the only thing, you know, the sacrifice that Trump is making is to giving more power to the theocratic right. You know, so he's like, well, we're going to piss off a lot of people about abortion. I don't really give a shit. Women should be able to get abortions. I don't fucking care. I got half of my girlfriends got abortions. I don't fucking care. He doesn't fucking care. But that's the kind of sacrifice that he has to make, and that's what that's what the Project 2025 guys want. They want the theocracy. Peter Thiel wants fascism. He wants the oligarchy to have control. So he's willing, you know, I think to give a little power to these, you know, Handmaid's Tale characters. But I think Peter Thiel thinks as long as we're up top. Right, as long as the super religious guy doesn't have complete power, you know, and it's the money guy, it's the corporate guy that has total power. Jesus, some of this footage. Look at this. That's a roof, dog. That's a roof. Is that a whole building or is that just the roof? Jesus.
Yep.
And dude, you will straight up. Some of these people have said, oh, I saw a body. I saw a body pop up. You know, like there are bodies in there, dude. Jesus!
Holy.
It's getting fucking cut in half by a different building. Oh no, it's cut in half by an electricity pole. Whoa, dude, like butter. Well, we gotta see that again. bro, get out of the fuck. And you're stuck at that point. You're stuck, right? You should have left. You should have left hours ago. You made your decision to stay. What are you going to push back the water with your hands? What are you going to do?
It's going to hit the pool, though, right here.
Whoa, dude.
Holy. It just ripped it in fucking half.
Wow. Wow. They're like the second floor apartment. They're in a second floor apartment.
Holy fuck.
That's the road. That is the road that they would normally drive down. Look at that shit, dude. That's unbelievable. Yeah, first floor's gone. Weeks or months, yeah.
Jesus, dude. That missed our building by, feet?
Wow.
Holy shit.
And a lot of these people were not insured. They never expected to even see this. They never expected this.
Let loose. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, the storage. Oh, no.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, fuck. Oh. Holy shit. You can see it getting ripped up. Wow, man, those electricity poles are something else.
Dude, that's from the brewery.
That's from a brewery, free beer. Yeah, there's like cases of beer in there. Wow. Yeah, that's a big rig. Yeah, one more time, we got to see that. It just folds. It just completely folds.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, exactly. Ken Goblin. Yeah, ASMR, disaster ASMR. You know what? If I'm ever stuck in the situation, I'm gonna climb up one of these poles. I mean, these poles are nuts. These poles are nuts. You think they've
been a struggle?
They'd take the beer once it's over. Yeah. Joe Biden standing there. Okay. I mean, at least, he's like, so there is a difference, right? There's no way Joe Biden said, okay, who's voting for me in this region, right? The entire idea would be absurd for us to think that. Of course, that's how Trump thinks. So there is a difference here, but I'm just so sick and tired of Joe Biden. I really am sick and tired. Like, he's so weak on so many subjects. But what can you do? I guess he's got to be there, whatever.
A mighty struggle. It's disheartening.
Yeah, Simply Steve.
It's expensive, but it come down. You just have to realize you got to have help. That we're not just gonna snap back from this. I mean, this is generational work that's involved in a perennial crop like pecans, and so as I said, I appreciate everything, but I can't qualify myself, and I can't be myself unless before I say anything else or go any further, I know where I got to get my help. I know where it comes from. Lord, I do pray for the perseverance.
Oh no! Don't cut him off there. Come on, I wanted to hear what he had to say. What was he trying to get at? I know where I can get my help. Does that mean what, from the Democrats or from the neoliberals? Now we're doing a prayer.
Sure, I do love it, and I thank you for the opportunity of being here. I love
this. We're doing a fucking prayer. Great, yeah. Pray it away, big guy. So if you didn't hear, this piece of shit right here decided. Right here, guess who he voted for? This is Gerald O'Connor, CEO of Impact Plastics. He told workers they'd lose their jobs if they didn't go into work the day Hurricane Helene hit Tennessee. At least 6 workers are now dead. I wonder where he was when the storm hit. Gee, I wonder. So the storm is raging. The storm is raging. This piece of shit, I will fire you if you leave. I got to hit those numbers. You guys are okay. The hurricane hits, the building is destroyed. And 6 people lose their life. Will this man receive any accountability? Will he actually receive any accountability? There's a good chance he won't. There's a good chance he won't. I will be following up on this. I am watching this story. If I hear anything more about it, I'll let you know. But I wanted to show this video here. This Impact, put his name in the goddamn title, why don't you? Impact Plastics employee says none of us should have been there. And that's a fact. Welcome back, Woke Patriot. Thank you, Lord, for this moment, a reminder that we are at your whim and mercy. Yeah. I'd be praying for God, on that pole as the water rush, as the storage container beneath me folds like a piece of paper. But yeah, thoughts and prayers. I'm sick of it. I'm officially sick of it. How about action, and action? Fuck your thoughts. Fuck your prayers. If you have power and you're not acting, you're worse than a piece of shit.
We shouldn't have worked. We shouldn't have been there. None of us should have been there. And that's what I should have said to him.
This is footage of Impact Plastics during the flooding, with several employees stuck, some now missing or confirmed dead.
It hurts knowing that they didn't make it and I did. I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't seem fair to me.
So that's called survivor's guilt, and it's a very common thing for people that experience a disaster like this, where their friends around them die, but they survive.
This is what's left of Impact Plastics after the devastating flood, and there are currently work crews here trying to clean everything up, but they say it's going to be a while before anything.
Hey, the Skibidi toilet saga is pretty epic, Davey.
Goes back to normal. Impact Plastics released a statement saying management was
look at that damage. Look at
normal.
Yeah, boy. Look at
Impact
the damage. This damage here. Look at this. The road completely smoked. The building, just the water blasted through the entire first floor of the building.
Plastics released a statement saying management was monitoring the weather, and when the flooding reached the parking lot and the plant lost power, employees were dismissed. However, some workers claim this is
so they were after it was way too late. Once the power went out and he couldn't squeeze one more second of labor out of his fucking slaves. Oh, okay, fine. Oh, okay. It's way too late. The water, you can't even get in your truck. You're totally screwed.
Not what happened.
When they told us we could leave, it was just too late. I mean, there was no way out. Some people made it out with four-wheel drive, but if you didn't have four-wheel drive, or if you were stuck in that line I was stuck in, it was too late.
So there's a line of cars to get out of the facility. Unbelievable.
District Attorney General Stephen R. Finney issued a statement asking the Tennessee.
I mean, he basically timed it so that they were in maximum amount of danger. If you were a sociopath, if you were a fucking sick psychopath, I know there's a difference. If you were a fucking psycho and you wanted to time it so that you were putting your employees in the maximum amount of danger, this is how you would have timed it.
Tennessee Bureau of Investigation to look into the allegations involving Impact Plastics and any potential criminal violations, saying this is an ongoing investigation.
Right. And Elon Musk and all the other oligarchs, they want to change the laws so that they're not liable for anything that happens. They want to make it so that, look, I know we told them that they couldn't leave because that's our obligation is to profit and profit only. But we should not be held accountable if they lose their life because they listen to us. I guarantee you that shit's in Project 2025 somewhere in there. Project 2025 is an omnibus of all the horrible right-wing ideas that they've had for the last 30, 40 years. And one of those terrible, terrible ideas is removing accountability for corporations. So I feel confident saying this, that somewhere in Project 2025 is a stipulation that says, yeah, the corporations, money-making operations should not be held accountable for putting their employees in direct danger.
Officials in Unicoi County say they're working around the clock, but families of those missing grow desperate with no answers. I'm devastated. I'm honestly very devastated because I have no news. I don't have any news about her.
Hey, cameraman. Hey, fucking cameraman. She's showing a picture of her missing deceased person while you're broadcasting on national TV. Could you back the camera up a goddamn inch so that we can see the picture of her missing family member? We don't even know. Son, daughter, who? NBC. There's NBC for you. There's NBC. Want to make sure we don't actually do anything worth a damn. Got to make sure that this is just a tearjerker. We can't actually provide useful information to anybody. Back the camera up, you fucking amateurs.
Or any of the rest of the families and her kids are waiting for her.
Thanks for watching. Thanks. Great job, Lester. Great job. Where the fuck is my flush? Great job, Lester. First name basis, don't even show the person, the missing fucking person. She's not holding it up because she's a big fan. Okay. All right. Okay. Moving on. Fuck you. I mean, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. If there's any fucking way I can say this for you to fucking feel it, fuck you. Hey, Gaius, I'm doing great. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome back. This is crazy footage. You know, the people, they waited out. Look, they're not smart to wait it out. You know, the one of the reasons why they waited out is that they were warned many times, other past experiences, right? We were able to wait out this hurricane, and it never gets this far. It never gets this bad. We've never had, you know, the major flooding come through. We can wait it out. We've waited out all the other ones. It's the same reason why they don't have insurance. And then they end up in a situation like this where, guys, okay, you have a second floor, but maybe they don't want to get on the second floor because they're worried that the house might collapse. So you got to play game theory. But look at this shit. Look at these people in waist deep water, almost up to their neck in some cases, hanging out in their living room.
All right, we got to think about getting out of here because this is going to be.
Yeah, maybe time to go, guys. But where do you go?
James,
you got a boat? So they got their animals, you know. Like I said, they've waited out all the other ones. They don't have insurance. It's never gotten this bad before. Oh, look, it's just tragic. With the dogs and the family, they're doing everything they can for their family pets, and that's multiple families. It's multiple families, no doubt about it. And it's just there. Can you imagine? It comes rushing in, and then everything kind of calms down, but the water doesn't recede. The water doesn't recede. And look at this. Look at the family photos, the eye-level family photos right here.
We got to think about getting out of here because this is going to be.
Yeah, no shit, buddy. Yeah, maybe we do need to get the hell out of here. But I mean, I'm surprised they're not on the second floor. I don't know why they're on the. There has to be some kind of logical reason why they're not up on the second floor. They're not up on the roof. Because I don't know. I'd be like, I don't know, guys. Can we get on the roof? The amount of this water is festering with feces, crazy swamp creatures, fucking river creatures, fucking animals of all different kinds swimming around here, snakes, homosexuals swimming in there. Welcome back, Leon. On the other hand, you can pee in the living room. It's like disease water. Yeah. If you have any open cuts on your body, that's, you are getting infected. You're in sewage water, basically. Living room is high-angled ceiling. Pretty sure they may be an attic at best. Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, there has to be some logical reason why they're not. You would hope. Yeah, you would hope. Yeah, you're getting infected with everything.
James, you all right, bud?
I mean, I think some of these people are panicking. He's over here. James, you okay? I mean, I think some of these people are having a really hard time of it. Motherfucker, you run around the internet calling yourself an idiot, and you have the audacity to go in motherfuckers' chats and criticize them. Step one, first thing you say is a criticism. You run around the internet with idiot across your forehead, and then the first thing that comes out of your mouth is some fucking bile. What am I to say to you, sir? What am I to say to you? As you ram a dildo down your fucking throat. What am I to say to you? Fucking trash. To be frank, this would be fucking scary. I'd be trying to climb onto the roof. Let's get to 30 views this stream. Wouldn't that be? No, I've been up to 30 before. But yeah, I agree. Let's pump it up. Like and subscribe. Tell your family members. He just made a dildo reference. Let's go. I did just earlier say, in a very controversial statement, that Indian women should all receive strap-on dildos so that they can legally peg their husbands whenever they wish. I did say that earlier in the stream. They can't get into the roof. The pizza is there. They're waiting for a DoorDash. They're waiting for a DoorDash to ring the doorbell. I would have rung it sooner, but I couldn't find it under the water. It's in the 80s there. Might be too damn hot. Jesus. Yeah, no, Ice King. I'll be spreading that around the internet for sure. This footage, we thought that other footage was shocking. This is some true shocking footage. This is jaw-dropping stuff. Boom, bitch. Boom. See, that might be why they don't want to get on the roof. They don't want to be stuck on a roof when a house does this. I'll tell my family so you can see the dildo jokes and also worldwide horrors. Exactly. Come see the sights. I'm like Pinhead. the Ashwell. What is this? You are our one primary care. Oh no, that's unfortunate. You are our primary care. You are our primary. That doesn't even flow off the tongue very well. You are our primary care. Ooh, that's not very good. It's not a very good slogan. The home of pegging and climate horrors. You betcha. News Underground. I don't pull no punches. You did not ban me. Not sure what that means, but I guess I will find out. I'm ignoring you, and if you continue to say stupid things, I'll find some time later in my life to ban you. Yeah, no, don't worry about it, honey. Gig workers were incentivized to deliver food during NYC's deadly flood. Yeah, I recall that. Remember that footage we showed 6 months ago, maybe a year ago? Some climate disaster, but there was a food vendor who was like right next to a light post or something, and he's still doing his thing. That's what you say. That's what you say. You're instead of you are. Exactly. Yeah. One with the really strong telephone poles. 100%. Yeah, exactly right. Don't play fair. Well, I mean, the Indian government is making the case that a spouse has to give a reasonable amount of sexual access to their partner. So if that means that a guy can just bend his wife over anytime he wants, certainly they didn't specify gender. I don't see why an Indian woman who likes to who derives sexual pleasure from pegging her husband, why her husband doesn't need to also extend the same courtesy that the wife has to extend to the husband, right? There are hundreds of thousands of Indian housewives who desperately want to have anal sex with their husbands. Can we help them? Please, 1-800-STRAP-ON-DILDO. Please, donate today so that an Indian housewife can have proper anal sex with her husband whenever she desires. That's the important part. Whenever she desires. And a flood is about to occur and interconservative comes out, I'd just say, no, you choose this decision. Yeah, Leon. Considering it's Florida, eventually we're going to see a guy with a bottle of rum sailing his house down the river, sailing his actual house. Yeah, little platform. Well, some of the telephone poles have ladders, but they intentionally don't build the ladders all the way down so that people can't climb them easily, right? So, but if this is going to continue, they should start doing that. They should put little rungs on the light poles so that people can get up there and not drown to death. Yeah. They might have to do that. Yeah, they should have listened to Ben Shapiro, no doubt about it. It's really the gay's fault. I think it's the gay people's fault. They're embracing hedonism. Israel did nothing wrong. So look at this aftermath. This used to be a town. So this says here, basically this used to be the town of Chimney Rock, North Carolina. It's very real. It's very real. Let's see if we can get a better quality video here. Climate change is real. No, this is, well, is this a river? Yeah, no, this is a river. Yes, I think this is a river. Yes. The Jehovah's were right. Jesus, man. And you just the debris, you could probably walk on the debris in certain areas. It's so thick. Wow. But yeah, with the water receded, and that's just a whole town. Those are homes, boats, businesses. Yeah, smash. Right, you just get to the ladder rung, right, right as the thing hits. Well, I'm glad the idiot was not hit by the climate change. Idiot drone, do you accept that climate change is real? Yeah, beavers see it. Yeah, exactly. Beavers are like, God damn. That's a joke that works on several levels. I didn't even realize that until I said it. That's how clever you are, Tisreal. MTG blames Cobra Commander and the Weather Dominator. Yeah, she's like, what do you mean? Of course the government can control the weather. Okay, so all the natural disasters that happened under Trump, same argument. No, Trump he didn't have control over the weather now, but the Democrats do, but he didn't before. Okay, whatever, you stupid fucking. Hey, idiot, you want to answer my question about climate change? Do you believe it's real, or do you live by your namesake? There it is. There it is. Depends on how you define it. Self-described idiot with the response that we all expected. I don't know. Is climate change real? Well, it depends on how you define it. What's climate? What's change? What do you mean? Climate changes all the time. It's right-wing pundits and politicians straight up lying to stoke as much anger as possible for a month. They'll be doing more putrid shit expected. So, hey, Mr. Idiot living to the east in North Carolina, heads up, you got another hurricane coming up. So that's kind of the big news, that less than 10 days after Helene made landfall, Florida braces for another hurricane, potentially a Cat 3. So you might have another one coming through, homie.
A lot of people in Florida had devastating storm surge from Helene, so we really don't need any more rain or any more storm surge for that matter. It's still a tropical storm Milton. It's got 40-mile-per-hour winds, still sitting in the western Gulf of Mexico, but it will continue to move itself into very favorable conditions for it to gain strength rapidly as well. Here's a look at that latest track. You can see it takes its track all day Monday and Tuesday across the Gulf.
Looks like the idiot's correct.
Mexico. Here's where we've got the numbers now up to a Category 3 hurricane. Means that the winds at the center need to be at least 111 miles per hour. And we think that it could gain this strength pretty quickly because these ocean temperatures are incredibly warm. Middle and upper 80s. Yeah, landfall somewhere along the Florida Peninsula, along the west coast here. But again, impacts will spread up and down the west coast regardless. Heavy rain and storm surge.
That really was something else, wasn't it? When he busted out the Sharpie and said, no, it's actually going to go this way. I tell you, it's going to go this way. It's going to go. It didn't go that way. By the way, it didn't.
Our great concerns as we go into Tuesday night and then Wednesday. I want to point out that rapid intensification is one of those climate factors that we always talk about because the biggest fuel for it is warming oceans. And our oceans trap more than 90% of our heat from our carbon emissions. So we're just adding more fuel to the system, and it allows these hurricanes to gain strength faster. And you can see that at the most extreme ends, gaining strength faster in the most recent decades. Here's a look at how Milton, again, could work its way through the next couple of.
It's a Milton, folks. It had to be a Milton.
Of hours. Again, kind of slow at.
A Milton would have terrible timing, wouldn't a Milton? A Milton totally would. It's like, bro, we just had one.
First, but then it works its way across the Gulf of Mexico. Again, all of this is food and fuel. Then it heads to the west coast of Florida sometime maybe Tuesday into Wednesday, maybe late on Wednesday. It's slowing down a little bit, and this is where you'll have the lash of storm surge, heavy rain, damaging winds, all things to worry about. And again, notice how it stretches from Miami to that Florida-Georgia line.
Terracanes, wow, that sounds crazy.
There, heavy rain will be a concern.
Never Forget Brother with another follow. Thank you, Never Forget Brother. What happened? Did you have another account gets taken down?
Regardless, we've got that heavy rain forecast, 5 to 8 inches again from top to bottom along the Florida Peninsula. Some totals up to 10 to 12 inches are possible. And again, like I mentioned, when it comes to the climate factors, this warmer water is more of that fuel for the rapid intensification that we've just seen time and time again this season.
It's pretty wild, too, because a lot of these people are just getting back and are assessing the damage and are, looking at the prospect of another tornado and another need to evacuate.
It also leads to heavier rain. You just get more of that rain much farther inland. Look at what happened with Helene. We've been talking about that a lot too, and higher storm surge as our seas are higher. That lets that storm surge come up a little bit more and get farther inland. So a lot of things to track through the next couple of days.
A lot of things to track. Okay.
Where?
This video was posted in the Discord. Thank you so much. I forgot who posted it. They just posted it recently. Really good video, though. I'm not going to play the whole thing because she gets into like donations and stuff, but this just gives you an idea of how quickly shit breaks down when you're in a desperate situation. So this is, this is, secondhand information. It's probably somewhat hyperbolic. But it does, the fact that she's even talking about this, that she's even, broaching the subject, that other people are talking about it, really does show the fragile nature of society and how essential it is for us to understand that maybe we don't, get along on certain things, but at the end of the day, a certain amount of camaraderie needs to be there when it comes to your fellow man, out of necessity for the survival of our species, really. But anyway, what she has to say here is pretty striking stuff.
I want to share with y'all some things you may not know about what's happening in the North Carolina mountains.
Yeah, Sabercat, and I'm going to show that coming up. I have a couple links pertaining to that. But yeah, it's good to mention that while all this is happening to Florida, the DeSantis government is actually actively scrubbing prior documents, all the laws that were made. They passed a law to remove the word climate change. I think it was climate change or just climate from private. So all the previous Any attempt whatsoever to define what is and isn't climate change and who's causing it has been completely fucked over by Ron DeSantis, and of course, he's actively denying climate when he's not asking for money for the natural disasters that hit Florida every single year. He's actively undermining Floridians' ability to protect themselves, and he's handing over a bunch of power to insurance companies to totally fuck people over, and there doesn't seem to be any end to that in sight.
In the aftermath of Helene, here's number one: if you have friends or family that are headed into the mountains or who live there, the looting has picked up major steam. I was advised yesterday by a county sheriff to make sure that anybody out and about is carrying. So
this is secondhand, the TikTok, social media, that could be total fabrication. She just could be trying to get on the news. All that could be very true. And yes, that does happen even in the midst of a natural disaster, even though she's taking donations. I don't think that's the case with this woman. My BS detector, my grifter detector is not going off with her, but grain of salt. This is secondhand knowledge, but this is still very interesting.
Today by a county sheriff to make sure that anybody out and about is carrying, and in his words, carrying with the safety off. There are very aggressive people out there, and I'm just going to go ahead and say this. It's not because they're necessarily awful. They're desperate. Desperate people do desperate things, y'all. And
what the fuck is Sir Smoke-A-Lot saying? What? So Sir Smoke-A-Lot over here denying that climate change is real. Wow. Yeah. It doesn't harm anyone? What? Yeah, please explain yourself, sir.
Are they desperate? Because there's no water in some of these communities.
She carrying some
weed? We have neighbors in North Carolina with no water. And all I can say is this: the government ain't coming to save you.
No, it's not a long story. Sir Smoke-A-Lot, do you or don't you accept the reality of climate change? Do you or don't you? Yes or no?
Not now, not ever, because they don't care about you, the people,
it's the guy's right to deny climate change.
It is the citizens who are going to have to step it up. Now, I got to tell y'all, I was floored yesterday by how my community, which is a little over an hour away from...
Okay, you accept climate change is real. Okay. We're just not understanding what you're saying. Okay, taken out of context. This is why we got to ask. This is why we got to ask firm questions to people, because chat, it's very easy to get misconstrued in the chat.
The affected areas show...
Climate change is real. We can argue all day about the solutions, what needs to be done, how much it's going to cost, how much effort we need to put into it. Okay, whatever. Have those debates. It's really happening, though. Okay, we're so far beyond this, this being contested. It's absurd, and I refuse. At this point, at this level, at this rate, at this, where we're at right now, I refuse to engage in some kind of ridiculous debate with anybody who isn't a fucking stone cold, climate scientist. Okay, if you got a doctorate on your wall, okay, tell me about how climate change isn't real. Right? Tell me there's some nuance or something we're missing there. Okay? If you're a jackass, Sir Smoke-A-Lot, and I'm saying you're a jackass, but you know what I mean? Like, if you're just like me, you're just some fucking punk without a doctorate, then, I'm not really hearing it.
Showed up at donation sites with water and diapers and formula and some liquid IV. I mean,
anyway, so she gets into the charity situation. She's taking donations. She's delivering donations. She's doing a lot. She's out there on the streets. She's getting it done. I think she's doing a great job. Like I said, my grifter detector is not going off with her. I think she's 100% genuine. So I do believe the cop came up to her and told her that, you should be packing right now. People are getting pretty desperate. Climate change deniers could be right. Nobody knows for sure. No, we know. Climate change deniers are wrong, objectively wrong. We have something called the scientific method. The scientific method has brought us wonders like the cell phone and space travel. What I'm trying to say is that the closest we can get to fact is through the scientific method. And through the scientific method, they have found that climate change is totally fucking real. We're not getting into this. We're not getting into this. So amazing footage right here. I don't have time to show the whole thing, but we got this fella here, Mark Honeycutt. I put these two next to each other because it's amazing, right? Where, CNN, but not man-made. Of course it's man-made. So that's where we're going. That's where we're going, huh? No, it is objectively true, maybe. No, not maybe. Are you okay. No, it's not maybe. It's not fucking maybe. Probably is. You don't even know how to spell probably, you fucking idiot. Ignore. Holy shit. It is objectively true that the amount of carbon we are dumping into the fucking atmosphere is affecting it. It is objectively true that we are poisoning ourselves with PFAS and microplastics. It is objectively true that there is a fucking continent-sized chunk of plastic in the middle of the fucking ocean. But not proven 100%. You are a fucking moron.
It's a new neighborhood, too. I'm pretty sure. A little bit of the infrastructure.
And no.
Broken up.
You're getting the fucking 30-minute. Come back with more of that denialism, and you're getting fucking banned. It is objectively true that carbon is affecting the climate. Through the scientific method, we're talking the geniuses of our time, the motherfucking scientists that know more than anybody on this subject. Oh, appeal to authority, from a fucking pot-smoking loser in Denmark? Oh, it might be true. Where the fuck is your doctorate? Appeal to authority. That's all you got to say, right? Through the scientific method, they have found that climate change is objectively true. Not maybe, not kinda, and yes, it's affected by man. The Industrial Revolution.
This is one of the more unreal, scary things.
Yeah. About twice the size of Texas. That's what I heard. Oh, maybe. Appeal to authority. The scientists don't always get it right. Unless you yourself are a scientist and are writing literally fucking papers in a medical journal or in a scientific journal about, this assumption scientists made 10 years ago about climate change wasn't true. Through my research, I did, through 5 years of following the scientific method and writing this research paper, I have a new take on what's actually happening. Okay, I want to hear what you have to say. Oh, I'm some pot-smoking loser from Denmark and I don't think it's true. I don't think it's man-made. Then you need to shut the fuck up. Okay? If you are somebody credible who knows what the fuck they're talking about, you have a new opinion about something. Oh, it's not all man-made. Oh, no, there's something here. There's some new findings I found. Okay, I would love to hear you out.
Only way around is through the woods.
I'm high right now on marijuana. Okay, I feel very confident shitting on Sir Smoke-A-Lot from Denmark with his fucking asshole opinions on what is and isn't real. Climate change is objectively real. Climate change is objectively affected by human activity. No ifs, ands, or buts. And I won't fucking have it. Because while we're having this fake debate, it's a form of divide and conquer. Because while we're having this fucking pretend debate amongst idiots, the oligarchy is polluting. The military-industrial complexes are burning diesel. Dead horse there.
Washed up here.
Welcome back, Trailhead. The ones that are destroying our planet are benefiting from this debate about whether it's real or not still.
There's no way they would have lasted through the hurricane.
You know what I mean?
I've seen quite a few of the flags.
The polluters, the corrupt sons of bitches, the deep state,
come back here,
they benefit.
Put flags up.
When we could be talking about solutions, when we could be going after the rich, the ones that pollute, the top 10 polluting corporations, when we could be talking about how do we get How do we get them to pay for this? We're not. We're still having a fucking, whoa, man, is it even real, bro? I don't even know, dude. We're still having that fucking debate while these people are dumping forever chemicals in our water. Oh, man, look at that classic car torn up. Look at that. Oh, look at that bad boy. Oh, that sucks. Bayou Billy. Oh, it's some kind of tourist thing. But then I check the studies that speak against it and the sources that exactly. No, like because I'm sure Sir Smoke-A-Lot is like he heard somebody say something, right? And when you do the digging, when you find out, okay, who are the this guy was referencing a scientist. This this guy he was talking about. What do you mean? I am referencing scientists. No. When you look it up, they're referencing some paper that used a model that wasn't totally accurate, that produced results that could not be trusted, right? When you look into it, when you follow all their sources, these so-called experts, talking heads, these right fucking wingers who cash fucking checks, the Tim Pools of the world, right? The Jordan Petersons of the world, who cash fucking checks to lie to you. When you look up the sources that they reference, the Ben Shapiros, right? Oh, the pretend academics, follow up their sources, discredited, like I said, simulations or models that did not use proper data, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
The government's taking control of this area. I just was clarified.
Welcome back, Fusilier. One of the dudes they reference had a doctorate in a different discipline. So there you go, right? Oh, he's a scientist. He's got a doctorate in a completely different field. He just had some opinions on climate. Now, look, the reason why I bring up appeal to authority, though, is that, the skepticism for... the scientists say this, or, the experts say it, so you should believe it. That's healthy skepticism. We are beyond the reason why I'm so frustrated and the reason why I time people out and ban people is because we are so far beyond that, okay? The studies have been done, the multiple studies from multiple angles, from multiple institutions, hundreds of thousands of fucking scientists contributing to this stuff. It is real. The science is real and backed up and defended, and can be, these experiments can be done and done over and repeated and the same results come out. That's how the scientific method works. That's why I'm so frustrated. Because it's like, it's fucking happening. It's fucking real. We gotta stop letting the anchor slow us down, which is exactly what I'm doing. Let's moving on to the next clip here. To the Ron DeSantis stuff, because what we do need to talk about how fucked the Floridians are. If you live in Florida, you are fucked. You probably didn't even have insurance. If you did have insurance, they don't have to pay out. It's a complete clusterfuck. Ron DeSantis says, go crazy. If you're an insurance company, go fucking crazy. We're not going to watch the whole TYT clip here, but here's a little bit explained. This was from a year ago when he made reforms and changes. And of course, he got up and did a speech. Oh, this is going to make, people, this is going to be better. This is going to force the insurance companies to get in line. All lies. Leon, you're 100% correct.
And
all right, so let's get into it here. I just wanted to show there is absolutely the chickens come home to roost. You vote against your own self-interests, it will come back to bite you in the ass. Either in your wallet, or if you're one of these unlucky Floridians, literally you lose your whole house. You lose everything. The reset button happens to you. No insurance, no money, no nothing. You're fucked. And the cherry on top, some of these people who are getting fucked were paying for insurance, dog. And Ron DeSantis says you get a loophole. Yeah, exactly. The leopard eating our face party. So that's why I wanted to show this here, is that there are absolutely consequences to voting against your own self-interest here. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you deserve to suffer. okay? Because I'm not going to go with that Trump mentality of, revenge, right? But at the same time, I do think it's fair to point out to people who support this stuff, this is what happens when you support this stuff, okay?
Governor Ron DeSantis is essentially helping insurance companies screw over people living in the state of Florida. Now, in this case, it has to...
Yeah, Fusilier. I love the idea of a woman president. Sure, that's fine. I would love to get over this idea that a woman is going to be any less corrupt or any less warmongering or any less terrible than a male counterpart. I would love to just get that out of the way. And just, yeah, because that's true equality, right? Is that we accept that women can be just as corrupt politicians as men, and then we can get on with our lives. That would be really great.
To do with potential lawsuits that could be filed against insurance companies. And there was a law that insurance companies didn't like in the state of Florida because it messed with their profits. So Ron DeSantis urged lawmakers in the state to hold a special session to do away with those regulations. Now, what am I talking about? Well, here's...
Okay, I'm going to go take a piss break, which means I'm going to go smoke some weed. So that means I removed Sir Smoke-A-Lot's timeout because I feel like a hypocrite because he's Sir Smoke-A-Lot and I'm going to go smoke weed and I'm a hypocrite. But here's the thing. Even weed smokers know that climate change is real. Yeah, I'm not a big Anna Kasparian fan myself, but one more minute of this. This is important. Give credit to TYT. They reported on I tried to find a clip. I tried to find a clip of, okay, who's reporting on this? TYT was the one that was actually reporting on it. Good debate. I can't believe you stuck around. Climate change denying son of a bitch.
That's what happened. DeSantis, again, recently urged state lawmakers to hold a special 3-day session in order to rewrite the state's property insurance laws, okay? Now, the revisions massively favored the insurance companies.
Of course.
And it had to do with what's referred to as the one-way attorney fee. Now, when it comes to suing an insurance company, obviously we all understand that insurers have almost unlimited resources. They're incredibly wealthy, and if you are an ordinary American who has been wronged by an insurance company and you want to take them to court, you do not have the same resources. It is a lopsided situation. So the law that they got rid of in the state of Texas was the law that essentially had the insurance companies pay for the attorney fees for the individual bringing forth the lawsuit.
Yeah. All right. So the reason you have that law, and it's a complicated law. It's actually nuanced. Oh, no, nuance. Don't do it, Cenk. We're going to do that later. But the reason you need it is otherwise they're just going to deny your claims and they'll be like, okay, good luck. Go hire a lawyer for $200,000. Well, nobody's got that kind of money. So like, oh, I guess we're not going to be sued for anything. And now we'll deny all of your claims, or as much as we can possibly do. And here DeSantis.
You see how he says good debate? Because that's the point, isn't it? That's the point, isn't it? To get bogged down in some useless fucking debate while the polluters continue to fucking pollute.
Has urged, and by the way, he's pushing other Republicans. Yeah. Now, Republican state legislatures.
Yeah, look, TYT is like 2 steps forward, 1 step back for me. They do some great reporting on stuff like this, and then totally screw the pooch when it comes to, like, I don't know, Anna Kasparian's being rather reactionary right now when it comes to illegal migrants. I don't know. 2 step forward, 1 step back. But you get the point. You get the point, okay? Here's a couple other clips about the changes that he made being reported by mainstream news. And check the difference. Look, criticize TYT all you want, but check the difference between the coverage here.
Still picking up the pieces from Helene, and a lot of people might find their insurance won't be much help. This video is from Asheville, North Carolina, just one of many communities dealing with major flooding and heavy damage from the storm. And here's a staggering statistic. FEMA says 99% of counties in the United States have experienced flooding since 1996, but only 4% of people have flood insurance. Let's bring in USA Today Money reporter Bailey Scholes. She's been covering this issue in a piece about how many people don't.
Was she doing a high school report on this subject?
Have flood insurance and the headaches Helene is causing for them. So thank you so much for being here. I mean, this is very naive of me. You know, if I have homeowners insurance, is flooding just not included?
I don't think you're alone, where I spoke to someone for the story who used to work in insurance and was hit hard by Helene. And for her, it was a surprise when she found out she would not be covered because she doesn't have flood insurance. And so I think this is something that a lot of Americans just aren't aware of.
So what is happening right now to people in Helene, especially?
Are they going to mention Ron DeSantis at all? Don't make me watch. Okay, we got to speed this up. I can't fucking stand this. But are they going to mention Ron DeSantis at all? We're going to 1.5 on this one.
Especially areas that probably don't think they need flood insurance.
Yeah, so what we're seeing with Helene specifically is a lot of this damage is really due to that storm surge, that flooding. And so with other disasters, I think these homeowners were able to claim things like wind damage. And so that kind of fell under their home insurance policy, and they were able to have their claims worked out. This time, a lot of flooding, like I said, is really due to specifically flooding. And so for those homeowners who are submitting claims, they're finding out, okay, if they don't have that flood insurance specifically, their claims are not covered.
What an absolute nightmare.
You see, I'm hitting ignore on Sir Smoke-A-Lot. I made my point very clear that, you know, he is a useful idiot engaging in a pointless debate that really only benefits the polluters at this point, because it's not just one person, it's not just one body, it's not just one piece of research. It's literally decades worth of rock solid scientific method research that's done on the reality of climate change. I'm just not going to engage with it any longer.
Mayor, what are those people going to do?
Yeah, so it's tough. There are a few tips that experts gave me where, they can really dive in and see if there are any avenue with their policy to see if they have any coverage. But other than that, it's kind of working on getting your home dried quickly, making sure you're not falling for scammers
Ron
who
DeSantis,
are kind of upon these people hit by this disaster.
They're not going to mention Ron DeSantis' reforms at all, are they?
Take lots of photos and videos of the damage. And then other than that, it's checking around, seeing if there's any sort of FEMA system.
Yeah, they're giving you instructions on how to file an insurance claim. How about you do some actual reporting, CBS?
Take lots of photos and videos of the damage. And then other than that, it's checking around, seeing if there's any sort of
FEMA assistance. Isn't Ron DeSantis trying to undermine the ability for people to get FEMA assistance?
Or maybe some state or local money available.
What can you tell us about flood insurance? I mean, from your reporting, how much on average is it a year? I mean, maybe people are just thinking, look, it's way too expensive. I can't even get by. I'm just trying to get groceries.
What about the reforms on insurance?
What did you find?
That happened recently.
Yeah, so what experts told me is there are really two reasons that we don't see a lot of flood insurance. One is just people aren't really aware it's something they need. They think if I'm not in a FEMA designated flood zone, I don't have to worry about it. And then the other is just that cost where home insurance prices are just going up already. And so adding on flood insurance on top of that, which on average can cost nearly $1,000 a year, that's just out of the question for a lot of families.
How could
I agree with Right, don't play it fair.
Someone find out if they are underinsured? What should people do to make sure they don't run into the issues of the people who you interviewed?
Yeah, I think a lot of what the experts are saying is just look at your policy, see if you have that flood insurance where, flooding is really considered one of the most costly, one of the most common ways that your home can really get affected by disaster. And so I think there's just a problem.
So there you go. I mean, I don't have wait one more minute of this. They're not going to mention Ron DeSantis. It's just pathetic. So look, you want to shit on TYT. I agree. I don't watch him every day myself, but pretty clear difference between how things were covered. And yeah, you could say, oh, well, you know, they were too emotion-based, but this is lying by omission. This is lying by, there's a big elephant in the room when it comes to what's going on with insurance. And they're not talking about it. They're basically selling you insurance. Sir Smoke-A-Lot is literally playing dumb at this point. You're so transparent, dude. You're so pathetic. Just stop. It's actually embarrassing. Moving on from Hurricane Helene there, Amazon rainforest port sees lowest river level since 1902. And they show this guy scrubbing. So this is, you know, the depth calculator, the ruler there. And it just shows him scrubbing an area that hasn't been used since the early 1900s. Is DeSantis looking like a dick? Well, is it him? Is it something to do with the insurance? With him insurance? I'll show it. But if it's just him looking stupid, then whatever. We all know he looks stupid. Pretty wild stuff, though. And this is just a quick 1 minute Reuters. Doesn't really have any kind of report to it. But just wild footage there. It's about FEMA. Okay, well. Okay, well let's see. I was talking about Ron DeSantis and FEMA, so this actually might be. Let's see.
Does there need to be a supplemental aid package from Congress?
What's that?
Does there need to be a supplemental aid package?
Okay, so this. What's the timing on this? Reported to Ron DeSantis. So this is 6 hours ago. Okay, so this is him right now. This is about the current situation. Let's see what he has to say here.
Does there need to be a supplemental aid package from Congress?
What's that?
Does there need to be a supplemental aid package for FEMA from Congress before the election?
That would be a question for the congressman. Like, what I said the other day was we submitted requests to basically just utilize the existing federal programs that Americans, have a right to access, and we got approval for what we asked for. How they finance that, I think, is up to them. I know there's a lot of controversy about how the agencies use money, but for our perspective, we will obviously be submitting a pre-landfall request. If the storm is anything like it's being forecast, of course.
Happy to take money. Happy to take money. These are the same people that will intentionally reject funds for their education systems because, accepting those funds comes with certain rules attached that they have to follow, students have to learn about sexual education and things like that, right? Just an example. But so it's hilarious. It's just hilarious, right? Happy to take money from the big bad Joe Biden deep state.
We'll likely get approved for things on the back end.
Has the Sea Guard and National Guard been recalled from the courts?
Yeah, I think that that obviously was a mission that was important, and it was a mission we would have discharged. But once they said that they weren't going to do any more work stoppages, we didn't need to have the State Guard there. But we will be ready with a plan in January if there's an interruption, because before we're even dealing with Milton, Helene, you're not going to have all the repairs done just in a few months. These things take time, and there's going to be a need for supplies. There's going to be a need for things. Now you throw another major storm on, and look, we'll hope for the best, but we got to be prepared for major impact.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers, you absolute fucking piece of feces. All right, moving on. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't fucking give a shit. So I think this happened recently. So this is out in Kaohsiung from a 7-Eleven. It's a typhoon happening over there. Typhoon Krathon. I haven't heard this reported anywhere, but I saw this footage and it's mind-blowing. I had to show it to you. Look, to the 7-Eleven employees, yeah, so this happened recently on the 3rd here. So to the 7-Eleven employees, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Go home. You'll see what I mean. It's not worth it. Just go home, dog. This is totally wild. They all survived. You can see them pick the one guy picks himself up over here, another guy picks himself up over here, and apparently the woman survived as well. You don't really see what happened to her, but the way this guy gets up, it makes perfect sense. Like, holy shit, I'm in way over my head. Like the way he gets up, man, just like, whoa. Whoa. So he comes to his senses. The other guy here crawling out. Holy shit. Yeah, dude, 7-Eleven's not worth it. Then they get out of there. One more time just to see this footage. Jesus, man. Does the door come off the hinges or does it blow open? The door comes off the fucking hinges. The door comes off the fucking hinges, dude. The entire door that they were holding. The guy screaming doesn't help. Whoa. But don't worry, they all survived. Crazy footage. All right, so there you go. If you want the link yourself to know more, there it is right there. I know some of you guys like to follow up on that stuff. All right, moving on to our right-wing news. Yeah, I mean, they were holding it. He was giving it his all. Totally not deserved, you know. 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven of all places. Well, luckily they were just pushed away. Yeah, luckily none of the debris, like, you know, did some major damage. There we go. So over to our right-wing news, to our right-wing segment. 2.5 hours in. I promised to keep it lean, and I have definitely not done that. I apologize. Oh no, this driver. Yeah, no. So there's a follow-up to the story. I showed the footage a couple months back of this guy completely flipping his shit. He's trying to find a way to the highway, and there's a parade happening, and he's totally inconvenienced. His life was ruined, I guess. Well, he was arrested, and he had his day in court. And would you believe that he's got a different story now, that he's really quite regretful? Guys, it's fake news. It's totally fake news. He doesn't deserve this. Okay, he's just a patriotic American who was inconvenienced by a parade, and he was totally rational.
This dramatic dash cam video shows a Portland driver plowing past barricades, nearly hitting several people along the Rose Festival's Grand Floral Parade route.
There's kids. He's running over. Look at this. It's literally people.
Nearly dramatic dash cam video shows a Portland driver plowing past.
It's literally people like hanging out at the parade route. He's doing 20, 30 miles an hour. This woman's like, she does like a Sonic fucking the Hedgehog.
Barricades, nearly hitting several people along the Rose Festival's Grand Floral Parade route.
And then this really takes the cake, bro. This is just unbelievable. Flattens a chair.
June of 2023. On Tuesday.
Okay, no, he doesn't go through there. He tries to, but that doesn't work.
Man behind the wheel was sentenced to 5 years in prison.
I'm taking responsibility for my actions and accepting the consequences.
43-year-old Sidney Meekum pleaded
100% deserves. And apparently this is not his first conviction. He also has sexual assault convictions, I think, against a minor. But this is not even his first, road rage incident. It doesn't really surprise me, right? So 100%, 5 years, maybe get out early because of good behavior. But no, I think it's very fair.
Guilty to 2 felony counts of unlawful use of a weapon and 16 misdemeanor counts.
I want to reassure everyone, this was not a planned attack on Portland or the Rose Parade. This was poor planning and
I'm not a right-wing terrorist. I'm just an idiot. I promise you.
Impulsive thinking.
The 30-minute dash cam recording taken from inside his truck shows Meekum becoming increasingly frustrated by heavy traffic. His music blaring as Meekum headed toward the Rose Quarter in North Portland.
Am I seeing this correctly? Is that a handicap sticker? Yeah, no, it's got the handicap symbol. This guy also is handicapped in some way. Does he? Okay, maybe it's probably legitimate, right? But what's he listening to? Crappy fucking Drake style rap music. Terrible. Got to listen to that real shit. The good shit.
His music blaring as Meekum headed toward the Rose Quarter in North Portland, where he'd planned to meet others, including his mother. ODOT crews had blocked off
I gotta meet my mommy! Out of the way!
Numerous exits to help keep traffic away from the parade route.
They got it all blocked off! The Lloyd Center exit, the Convention Center exit!
So I think he's talking to his mother. This is how he's talking to his mother.
Every motherfucking exit!
I'm sorry, mommy! He's doing this to the people that are working, the construction workers. It's like the guy yelling at the cashier at the grocery store. What the fuck you think the cashier's gonna do? What? Give it to you for free? If the cashier's register is off by 5 fucking cents, they get fired. Okay, jackass? Yeah, I bet he's real fun.
The video shows Mecum driving through a row of barricades before blowing past ODOT crews blocking the exit ramp. The Portland Police
Look at the construction worker guy just shimmy out of the way.
Before
like,
blowing
what the
past
fuck is
ODOT
going
crews
on?
blocking the exit ramp. A Portland Police motorcycle officer chased after Mecum's truck before pulling up beside him. The officer shouted for Mecum to stop, but he refused. The truck
It's okay, I'm a white guy. It's okay, I'm allowed to do this.
eventually turned, exiting the parade route. Mecum drove through barricades, nearly hitting several people. An unmarked police SUV attempted to stop Mecum at a red light in Portland's
His music changed. It turned into like some guitar shit. Did he change the radio station?
Lloyd District. Marked police SUV attempted to stop Mecum at a red light in Portland's Lloyd District, but he drove off. The video showed Mecum continuing to drive for several blocks until he eventually stopped near other officers in Northeast Portland.
When he get to his mommy's house, mommy, help.
In addition to his conviction for the June 2023 incident, Mecum also agreed to pay a $5,000 fine for an unrelated crash. According to court documents, Mecum intentionally crashed into a woman's vehicle in April of 2023. Prosecutors did not pursue charges for that hit-and-run incident.
Okay, Kyle, thanks for...
He intentionally hit another person's car, and he was given a fucking warning. He was giving a warning.
According to court documents, Mecum intentionally crashed into a woman's vehicle in April of 2023. Prosecutors did not pursue charges for that hit-and-run incident.
Okay, and this is a big-ass truck, too. This is one of those, you know, big, I have a small dick trucks, you know, that, look, it's spotless, of course, right? Never gets it dirty. So, yeah, I mean, like, these people are rightfully frightened as hell. You know, they're sitting there waiting for their parade. This guy's selling balloons and shit. All right, moving on to the next story. So, not that it matters. My God, I mean, right don't play fair. You see why I hit the ignore button? You see why? Most people don't want their minds changed. They come to these streams because they want to find people that agree with them and, you know, and reinforce their bad ideas. That's why I'm not very popular. I don't tell people what they want to hear. Just hit the ignore button, homie. All right. But no, not that it matters to right-wingers, to Republicans, but it is official. Got Cavuto over here reporting on it. Donald Trump 100% illegally tried to hold on to power after he lost the election. I don't know. It's almost a clever joke against Kamala Harris. It's almost clever, I guess. It's medical in a way. I come here to enjoy the decay of society. But no, so here's Cavuto reporting. But it's just, you know, it's the right. It's a right-wing outlet that does everything it can to help the Republican Party being forced to acknowledge reality, which is that Donald Trump is a fucking gangster. He's not a gangster, not a G, not in a good way. He's a gangster as he's a mob-like criminal who will stop at nothing to obtain power and will, you know, of course, show no respect for our democratic institutions. But just to note that, you know, that the Fox News acknowledged reality for 5 seconds or before it cut away.
On a busy news day, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. Prosecutors right now are offering a redacted version of Special Counsel Jack Smith's filing. That had to be made public today. It was in this newly unsealed court paper. We're learning that former President Trump resorted to crimes in a bid to cling to power after the 2020 election. We don't know much more than that. A lot of this stuff was going to be coming out anyway. We're going to be getting the latest on that and a legal to look at what is being revealed here. And whether it's giving us any information or anything we don't know. The timing of this, of course, a little more than about 5 weeks before the general election. We're on top of that, give you the latest on this. In the meantime, then there's this.
You know, I always feel bad for liberals that, you know, remember all these little things, you know, they, you know, like a Kyle Kulinski type, you know, who keeps all these little factoids in their head, and they're like, oh, you know, the Republicans were hypocrites because of this, and the Republicans are hypocrites because of that. And, you know, I try to remember as much of them as I can, but I don't really feel bad if I don't remember every little thing clearly. But I kind of feel bad for those lefties that make it a point to like have every one of these like filed away in their memory banks, because it just doesn't matter. You know, you can provide as much evidence as you want to right-wing conservatives. It just doesn't matter to them. It's not about truth. They've left truth aside long ago. It's not about truth. It's about feeling good. It's about the feels. Yeah, I agree with right don't play fair, Sir Smoke a Lot. I think you're pretty desperate, and it's pretty fucking, you're kind of embarrassing right now. So I would encourage you to stop embarrassing yourself. So this is kind of complicated. The world we live in, the propaganda that we're experiencing is very, very advanced. It's very clever. It's not just, you know, one side bad, other side good. It is an attempt to incept untruths as reality without you even knowing it. So I have an example. I had a person that used to be a friend of mine. I brought up socialism, and he robotically repeated, you know, socialism is, what did he say? It was like a direct quote from Jordan Peterson. Socialism in society is a direct road to Marxism. Like I said, word for word, beat for beat from Jordan Peterson. And it's accepted as a truth, you know, without considering it. And, you know, of course, I brought up the fact that we currently have hundreds, thousands of socialist style systems that we currently work with, the police, public education, et cetera, all socialist. And it hasn't led to full-blown Marxism. All right, guys, I'm officially sick of it. Yeah, I'm officially sick of it. I'm putting the kibosh on it. Officially sick of it. The female eunuchs with the Jordan Peterson emote, perfectly timed. He looks like he's like mid-orgasm. It's a disgusting picture of Jordan Peterson there. But I wanted to talk about this because Lex Fridman is 100% a Russian like propagandist of some sort. He's really, really good at it. I've decided to take up gooning. Oh, you got the thought bubble. It's okay, right? Don't play fair. Hey, welcome back from south of Boston. It's your boy, Lenny. Host of Accidents Waiting to Happen. #1 political or consumer safety streamer on Twitch. Make sure you like and subscribe to Lenny, folks, a.k.a. #MoreLenny. Anyway, so this is actually really, really complicated and hard to talk about. So I can't, I'm not going to be distracted now. So how is this an advanced form of propaganda from this Russian shill? How is this simple statement, I hope this election is a landslide, how is this an advanced form of propaganda? Because I wasn't quite sure. I wasn't quite sure what the controversy was. But then I read the context from the people who actually watch his show. That actually, you know, a lot of the time the subreddits for these right-wing people will be filled with criticism that gets right to the top because it's very accurate. So let's get into this a little bit. Why is this advanced propaganda, and why is your uncle falling for it? I don't think it's meant. So he's saying, I hope this election is a landslide. I don't think so. Griff is bored. I don't think this is meant as support for either candidate. He's mentioned before how he was upset by January 6th and the contested election results. I think he means what he wants is a landslide so this type of stuff doesn't happen again. So this is the top comment, and this is in defense of Lex. He's saying, well, he's just the perfect centrist. He's just the perfect centrist. But let me read some of these disagreements. So this is he's so upset about the last close election forcing one side to enact a conspiracy to overthrow democracy that he's hoping it's a shutout this time so nobody has to do another treason. So apparently, I don't watch enough Lex Freeman to know this myself, but I'm seeing other people back this up. Apparently, he's saying this in a way, the argument that he's trying to make is that Trump was kind of forced to enact a January 6th because there was such obvious electioneering. Amazing what people can both sides when they rely on access and have no scruples. It's a piss poor justification for what Trump did in 2020. There have been closer elections in 2020, and the loser conceded after legal proceedings were concluded. So just pointing out that Trump was way out of line. So apparently that's the argument that Lex Freeman is making. If you watch enough of his goofy fucking podcast, where he gets to interview presidents and everything. He got to interview Trump and everybody, right? Oh, he's so middle of the road. Such an honest journalist. No, the fuck he isn't. But he's very, very smart. He's very, very good at what he does. And that's like, it's just an innocuous statement, right? I hope this election's a landslide. Okay. Well, it's a wink and a nod to an argument that he's making about, oh yeah, well, I hope one side isn't forced to do a revolution. It's not centrism. It's advanced propaganda. It's advanced propaganda, and it really is like next level shit. Because Lex Freeman, if you were to confront Lex Freeman, get into his face about it. Oh, what? No, I don't take a side. What do you mean? I've never made a statement in support of any one candidate. What do you mean? I've never done that. You know? It's like the mob bosses that have to be RICO'd because they don't technically break a law. Anyway, we just need to be aware of that. And Lex Freeman is one of the better ones. He's actually really, really good at it. He's kind of a protege, I would say. We're going to see he's not going anywhere anytime soon unless Russia is, I don't know. I don't think we're going to see a lot of him because he's really good at tricking the stupids, just like Jordan Peterson. He's really the gooner, Jordan Peterson, the Riddler 2.0, Jordan Peterson. But he's really, really good at like making stupid things make sense to stupid people. Oh yeah, it backs up their ignorances that benefit empires. Anyway, just go by Alex, and that sounds so creepy too. Lex, he likes it. He likes that he sounds like a supervillain, I'm sure. Okay. Wanted to talk about, so we talk about this, I talk about this quite a bit. Steve Bannon has a plan for America, right? It's to infiltrate our local election system so that, partisans are in charge and, sway the election one way or the other, right? They challenge the legitimacy of the election. And then one of these partisans slows it down enough, hits the brakes somehow. So Steve Bannon talks about this quite a lot. Be a patriot, be a hero, volunteer for your local elections, go to your school boards, volunteer, try to, knowing that you're a partisan, knowing that you're going to weaponize your position, try to get into a position of power locally before this election starts so that you can help Donald Trump win in case they steal it, right? In case the liberals steal it from us again, just like they did last time, right? So one thing he doesn't talk about, or he kind of hints at it when he talks about it, because he mentions things like falling on your sword or sacrifice, or you need to have the strength to do this. So he's kind of hinting at, hey, if you do this, you're going to get in big, big fucking trouble. He doesn't say it like that. He makes it all, you're going to be a patriot fighting against the deep state, fighting for Donald Trump, fighting for MAGA. He doesn't mention that it's totally fucking illegal already to do this. And here's one case right here from the last election. Tina Peters just sentenced to 9 years of incarceration for taking measures to secure the election records under her responsibility as Mensa County, Kentucky clerk, Colorado clerk, Mensa County, Colorado clerk. Reprehensible miscarriage of justice, all designed to intimidate any clerk seeking to honor their oaths. Right? Look, it's got the cross in there, right? So here they're also saying, they're trying to scare you, don't fall for it. Tina Peters is a hero to millions, and this travesty of justice was expected. She did not stand a chance in the corrupt court. Deep state, deep state, deep state. They're going after. Guys, I don't care how much you pray. It's illegal to commit crimes, right-wingers. It's illegal to commit crimes. Believe it or not. Deep state, so deep. So, just a little message to the right wingers that think that they're going to follow Steve Bannon's master plan. Steve Bannon didn't protect Tina, right? Maybe there was some fundraising done for her, for her lawyer and her expenses and things like that. But no. If you think you're going to be the hero, you think you're going to be the patriot that helps Donald Trump win the election by slowing it, gumming up the works, and oh my God, my Jesus, he said Donald Trump deserves to win, so I got to stand by principles. Mike Pillow, yeah. They don't have enough money to cover everyone, right? And if they want the plan to work, there's dozens of these people have to stand up and do it. No. They will be there's processes in place, even in the right wing areas where they have full control. There's still processes in place where if you gum up the works, you're arrested, and then the responsibility goes to the person in front of you or behind you or whatever. There's a process for it. But you don't get to just say, nope, I'm not signing this fake. Kamala didn't win. There's too many Trump supporters in my family, so Kamala didn't win. Yeah, you're going to get arrested because you're a criminal. One person's traitor's another traitor's hero. Sure, one person's terrorist, another person's freedom fighter. And we can't forget that when we're talking about the Middle East and stuff like that, because there are legitimate, most of the resistance groups that are not affiliated with Hamas are probably theocratic in nature in and of themselves. We got the PLO, right, in the West Bank, pretty theocratic, anti-democratic. So there's no perfect resistance group, that defends liberty and democracy in the Middle East. But there are gradations of legitimacy. I can't tell you. I mean, how many times have I shown it? 3 or 4 times now. I think I've shown footage of Palestinians who are literally shrieking into the sky, condemning Hamas for their terrible strategy that has allowed Bibi Netanyahu to, come in and do everything that he's doing with justification. Of course, they'd be doing it anyway, but having the Hamas boogeyman is a perfect justification for it. And Palestinian people are aware of that. Palestinian people are aware that Hamas is doing more harm than good. Went to jail over gay marriage. Yeah. But she's of course martyred. She's been martyred by the right wing. What's it? Kim something or other, I think was her name, Sabercat. But yeah, she's been martyred by the right wing, considered a hero. Anyway, moving on to my next clip here. Pretty interesting statements from the head of the ILA, who is the port, the dock workers, the port union. And this guy, he's got the gold chain and he's got the bravado. He does kind of talk like a union boss. He's definitely got some nuts here. Let's see. Kim Davis, that's who it was. Yep, female eunuchs. Let's hear what he has to say. Pretty interesting stuff. I have this in the right-wing section because right-wingers seem to think that, you know, like the Tories in the UK, you know, kind of thought they could just steamroll and just make it so through authoritarian force. What they don't realize is that, you know, even though their heavy exploitation still does require human cooperation. You know, there does still have to be some kind of logical reason why a person shows up to work. You can't make their lives so utterly and horrifically miserable, but they still show up to work and they're still okay with being exploited. Now, of course, the Peter Thiels of the world want to change that. They want to make the system so despotic, so authoritarian that, you know, you have no choice but to shuffle yourself you know, to the factory every single day to make your meager means, you know, or else you're in the streets immediately. That is the world that they want to create. But in the world that we have now, unions still have power, laborers still have power, and the right wing often forgets that. They really do think that they could just roll in with the Pinkerton squad, right? Come on in. You crack some heads, pass some laws to make all this illegal. Oh, it's illegal to not work. Yeah, we're still gonna strike. Still gonna happen. I don't care what, you know, laws that you pass. We're not gonna respect them. You want us to show up to work? You're gonna treat us like human beings. It's just that simple. The right wing often forgets that. Quite frankly, the neoliberal left often forgets that. But at the very least, they still have to pretend to give a shit about unions. So, you know. They're definitely better on the union topic. Is Joe Biden the legendary, most union-friendly president in the world? No! Objectively, no! Holy fuck, no. No. Anyway, let's hear what this guy has to say. Union leader.
These people today don't know what a strike is.
Right.
When my men hit the streets, from Maine to Texas, every single port will lock down. You know what's going to happen? I'll tell you. First week, be all over the news every night, boom, boom. Second week, guys who sell cars can't sell cars because the cars ain't coming in off the ships. They get laid off.
Right.
Third week, malls start closing down. They can't get the goods from China. They can't sell clothes. They can't do this. Everything in the United States comes on a ship. They go out of business. Construction workers get laid off because the materials aren't coming in. The steel's not coming in. The lumber's not coming in. They lose their job. Everybody's hating the longshoremen now.
Right. To give credit to Joe Biden, he was smart to capitulate, and because this is the threat that he was up against. So he was very smart to capitulate. A right-winger, a Trump, would have you know, been confronted with this and might have made the wrong decision to shut it down. We're just gonna, you know, we're gonna strong arm you, break you. But that might not have prevented that. The strong arming would probably not have fixed the problem here because people still need to show up to work for it to actually work. And if the union is strong enough, if the solidarity is strong enough, the heads start getting cracked, that's just going to strengthen their resolve, and they're going to want to strike even harder.
Because now they realize how important our jobs are. Now I have the president screaming at me, I'm putting a Taft-Hartley on you. Yeah. Go ahead.
So the Taft-Hartley, which is a law that says you're not allowed to strike. You just have to show up to work. And he's like, yeah, okay, jackass. We're still going to strike. Okay, it's not. We're not literally robots. You can't just change our programming. Oh, programming changed. I now work loyally. So Taft-Hartley away, motherfucker. We know where the power actually is.
Taft-Hartley means I have to go back to work for 90 days. That's a cooling off period. Do you think when I go back for 90 days, those men are going to go to work on that pier? It's going to cost the companies money to pay their salaries while they're went from 30 moves an hour maybe to 8. They're going to be like this.
So what he's talking about is a work slowage. He's saying he's going to tell his union guys to slow way the hell down during those 90 days. So he'll follow the law. Okay, we'll go back to work for 90 days. We'll follow the law, but we're going to go way slower. And that's an intentional decision. That's a real threat to national security, huh? Was it a threat to national security when unions made it so that we have an 8-hour workday as a normal, as a normal function of our lives? Was that a threat to national security? Oh man, what are we gonna do? We gotta have Starbucks will close. No, laborers deserve to leverage their power to make change. 100%. They deserve a living wage. They deserve to be treated like human beings. They, their exploitation is not expected.
Who's going to win here in the long run? You're better off sitting down and let's get a con.
You're trying to conflate union action with political terrorism. So your point is totally incorrect.
Track and let's move on with this world. And in today's world, I'll cripple you. I will cripple you, and you have no idea what that means.
So look, to the defenders of the empire, they might not like to hear that. To the defenders of the oligarchy, the rich, moneyed, wealthy elite, seem to have one in the stream here. You might not like to hear that. Cripple us, cripple Starbucks, cripple Amazon. You might not like to hear that, but this is the power of labor. It's really best to work with labor instead of working against labor. Instead of trying to find clever authoritarian ways to subvert the power of labor. Basically enslaving people, telling people, no, you have no choice but to work. That your terms, you don't get to set them. Suck it up and choke it down. That's the alternative. That's the alternative to workers' rights, to unions. And no, it's not a national security threat.
Nobody does. I will cripple you, and you have no idea what that means. Nobody does.
No, and he's not talking about cripple the nation. He's talking about cripple the the goods and services, the economy. But he's not talking about making America so vulnerable that we get invaded by China. So it's pretty ridiculous to make a national security argument about dock workers. I do think though, if it's World War III, I think, it's probably not the best time. We're not gonna deliver the ammo. We're not gonna deliver the ammo. Probably not the best time. I meant to have this. I meant to have this next to the Tina Peters, but here's an unbiased take on the Tina Peters here. Well, I guess no, this is biased, but in the other direction. Breaking. Listen up, all you traitors. This is what America has in store for all of you. Tina Peters gets 9 years in prison, which is great. I totally agree with it. Quite literally the greatest 10-ish minutes I've seen in quite some time. I'd encourage everyone to watch all of it. Her getting convicted. It's good. It's good stuff. Because they think they're heroes. They think they're patriots. And they're actually treasonous. That's the ironic part. That they're literally committing one of the worst, most heinous crimes you can commit in America. Treason. And they're not aware of it. So wanted to follow up to the debate that we covered last time. The judge in the Peters trials was very articulate. Oh, that's good to hear. So I want to just do a little follow up to the debate because there is one thing that I kind of missed, and it was the whole, you guys weren't going to fact check. I was probably talking over him or having some kind of extreme cringy streamer reaction. I don't know what it is about these debates, but I lose my fucking mind when I watch them. I don't know what it is. It's like, I don't know. It's like the culmination of all of this ridiculousness, this theater in front of me. It just breaks me, just breaks my mind. Anyway, wanted to show this clip because I didn't really talk about it when I was covering this, so I just wanted to show it out of just to cover all this appropriately, because it is really pathetic. Hey, wait a minute, you guys said you weren't going to fact check, which is basically just admitting you're wrong. You're totally wrong. That's but the right wingers don't live in that world. They're basically, it's a fake news. You were fact checking me. It was fake. It wasn't even real. I'm sure those are the people, there's people making that argument, but it is utterly pathetic.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have
but so he's not contesting the fact that he just lied about these people for his own political purposes. No, I definitely lied. That's a lie. But I was lying under the assumption that I wasn't going to be called out for my lies. This is inexcusable.
So much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check. And
thank you.
Pretty pathetic. He's not contesting the fact check. He's not, none of that. No, that's, I lied my ass off. Yeah. I was just under the assumption that you guys weren't going to call me out for that. October 5th from Springfield itself. I gotta keep it moving. Right. Don't play fair. Sorry. Yeah. Pretty embarrassing. I'm sorry I missed that. There's this ad going around. Davey posted this ad. I do think it's effective. Quite frankly, I wasn't impressed with Walz's performance. It didn't really knock my socks off. It didn't really knock my socks off. But I think this was probably the most effective moment of the entire debate. Which is, so that, Walz definitely came out the winner. He had the most effective sound bites. But he almost didn't, this was at the tail end, and he almost missed this opportunity to do it. There were other opportunities where he could have absolutely zinged Vance. Chose not to, was trying to be Mr. Nice Guy, talked about reaching across the aisle and bipartisanship. Wasn't the greatest performance, but I think it was intentional. I think, he was given advice by these goddamn neoliberal political advisors that are just terrible, that just don't know what the fuck they're doing. They really don't, right? But they told him, oh, you don't want to, you don't want to raise, you don't want to, risk anything. Don't risk anything. Be safe, be cordial, be nice.
it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power.
He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future.
That is a damning non-answer.
No, and I totally agree with that. Walz almost didn't make it to this, man. I was like, this was like one of the first. He finally got the claws out, 2 hours into it. Most of America had tuned out by this, but everyone's seen the clip, social media.
It's a damning non-answer.
Yeah. This is good to see them.
America, I think
they really should have, they really need to show the footage of Trump supporters pulling the American flag down and putting up the Trump flag. That to me is one of the most effective pieces of footage. This just random them on the steps is not nearly as effective as them taking the flag down and putting the Trump flag up.
America, I think you've got a really clear choice of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
You know what's sad about this pro-democracy message? It's not working with America. Isn't that disgusting? Americans don't care. They don't understand what their democracy is. They don't understand the value of their democracy. And the you're going to lose democracy argument doesn't poll as well as some of the other more fear-mongering topics. Drives me crazy, man. So last little bit on Vance here, just to give you an idea of what life under Vance is going to look like. He's totally lying. He absolutely is going to do a nationwide abortion ban. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the bullshit. It's of course, it's total bullshit. He is 100% going to ban abortion. So J.D. Vance in 2022, I want abortion to be illegal nationally. Of course, he was saying this on a bunch of different podcasts in 2022 all over the place. He's a liar. That's all this is. He's 100%. Oh no, he's just shifting and moving. You know, the people that allow politicians to do this are really part of the problem. You know, if you allow a person to lie like this, you're probably pretty easily grifted yourself. Oh, he doesn't really mean it, and okay. No, this little dumpling here thinks he's a Machiavellian political mastermind, and what's really happening is that he's being led around by the nose by the Trump campaign officials, saying, "Okay, you believe in this. This is what you believe in now. Say you believe in this. Say you believe in that. Oh, well, that contradicts statements that I made 2 years ago. It doesn't matter. These idiots don't care. Okay, I'll do what you tell me to do." Wanted to show this clip here of Trump talking about he's going to shut down Kamala's migrant phone app. So the right wing has been rallying on this, mainly Trump though. The phone app, the phone that lets you be an illegal immigrant. You download the app and then you can cross the border illegally and all this shit, right? Just wanted to point out this app initiative was created under his administration. It was one of the many things that Joe Biden kept from Donald Trump's immigration reforms was this app. So irony's dead, of course, but here's 22 seconds of Donald Trump railing and railing against an app that was based off an initiative that he funded and supported during his administration. Can't make this shit up.
Because they're flying them in, they're in airplanes. I will shut down all entries through Kamala's migrant phone app. She's got a phone app. And you know who it's meant for? The cartel heads. The heads. So the cartel.
Well, he would know. He approved it.
Cartel heads call the app and they tell them where to drop the illegal migrants.
Really? That's how it works. Really, guys, that's totally how it works. You know, that's it. That's a perfect summary of the function of the app. One more time, the function of this super app that gives access to the cartel. This is funded by Kamala Harris, guys.
Cartel heads. The heads. So the cartel heads call the app and they tell them where to drop the illegal migrants.
Insane. Totally insane.
This is the administration. It's not even believable because they're flying them in. They're in airplanes.
Yeah. And once again, this app was created by his administration. So we're just we're beyond reality. These absurdities will continue to happen. The further separate, the longer we allow such a powerful entity like the Republican Party to be separated from reality. But quite frankly, we also have to hold the neoliberal establishment accountable for its desire to be separated from reality. The longer we allow this to happen in our political world, the more absurdity we are going to be witnessing. Yeah, I mean it's not really about believing any of it. You know, Lenny, that's kind of the point I'm trying to get across. It's not, there's no amount of fact checking, But anyway, remember, fact checking is woke bullshit. I mean, there are plenty, if I had a neoliberal across from me right here, there's plenty of inconvenient truths that stone cold neoliberal would have to deny. Obamacare being a massive handout to insurance companies. That's a great way to tell if you're talking to a neoliberal. Oh, what do you mean? Obamacare was a historic revolution of the health insurance. It made America, healthier, and it's been nothing but a massive boon for humanity. Yeah. Okay. Once again, another example of how separated from reality right wingers are. Now, of course, I mentioned neoliberal Democrats are separated from reality, but once again, we're talking gradations here. Okay, we're talking big time gradations. The Republican Party oftentimes completely separated from objective reality. Utterly and totally separated from objective reality. And here's another example of just lies, just outright lies. And if, they get away with it, because of the kind of the system that we've all built for them, Marjorie Taylor Greene never has to sit down in front of a camera to do an interview that she doesn't want to do. She gets to pick and choose who she ordains as worthy of talking to her. And of course, she makes sure that these people are vetted beforehand. The neoliberals take advantage of the system as well. It's called journalistic access. It's a system of access. So if we ever want to change this, we have to implement some kind of law or some kind of rule that not just Marjorie Taylor Greene, but all politicians have to eventually be asked questions and demanded answers of, that are uncomfortable for them. If we never do that, if we continue to allow them to play this game, we will continue to have Marjorie Taylor Greenes, but we'll also continue to have Cory Bookers and Hakeem Jeffries, totally unaccountable politicians that get to, either, say half-truths like you get from the neoliberal Democrats, or just outright lies. And there's no punishment for Marjorie Taylor Greene for lying. She gets called out on social media like I'm going to show you here. Oh, whoop-de-fucking-do. There's no ramifications for outright lying. If we want democracy to heal, if we want democracy to get stronger, we have to change that dynamic. We have to, because this is one of the reasons why they're able to get away with dismantling democracy. And yeah, I'm looking at you, Merrick Garland.
Will you yield?
Oh, I'll yield. Yes, please.
Yeah, when I was in 11th grade and Joe Biden made our schools gun-free school zones, one of the students in my school brought 3 guns to school, and our entire school went on lockdown because he was the only person with a gun.
Wow. Wow. Because of Joe Biden's gun laws, when she was in high school, she wasn't able to defend herself in a school shooting. And thankfully it wasn't a real school shooting, but if it was a real shooting, then it would have been Joe Biden's fault. Wow. That is a very true story. That's very real. Or is it?
Fact check. When Marjorie Taylor Greene was in 11th grade, George H.W. Bush was president and signed into law the Gun-Free School Zones Act of 1990. It passed the Senate by a voice vote and the House by a vote of 313-1. Just think about the
Ain't no fresh start here, Sir Smoke-A-Lot. I have you're on my shit list. I'm literally not going to take anything you say seriously, and I'm probably going to ignore a lot of what you say. So you kind of fucking spoiled it for yourself, buddy. Maybe find a different streamer to annoy. Maybe it's best for you to move on.
Partisan consensus on this gun law in 1990. It really shows how radicalized the Republican Party has become. Oh, and not that it needed to be said, but Joe Biden has not, in fact, been president for the past 33 years.
Jeez.
Not only that, but Marge is lying about the timeline of events. The incident in her school occurred on September 6th, 1990. The bill was not even introduced until October 27th, 1990, and was signed into law on November 29th, 1990, nearly 3 months later.
So 3 months later, a Republican signed a unanimous bill for gun regulation because this was the 90s. And somehow it was Joe Biden's fault, and Joe Biden put her in danger in high school. Okay. I'm gonna be very brief about this. Hillary Clinton, moving on to this story here. It's in the right-wing section for a reason. You'll get very briefly. I'm sorry you have to look at this image. Hillary Clinton, quote unquote, whether it's Facebook or Twitter or X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, Pokemon, go to the polls. if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. Neoliberals seem to think they can censor their way to free speech. And it's disgusting. They talk about liberty, they talk about democracy, they talk about how much a danger the right wing is to free speech, how dangerous Donald Trump is to free speech. But they totally want full control, like BBC style in the UK, right? Total editorial control over all social media. And they want the, like, if you criticize Israel or if you criticize the war, or if, they want you to be, moved down on the algorithm. They want, unless you are CNN, unless you are corporate media, you're allowed to get to the top of it. That's what they want. They want this totally curated information space. Neoliberals do. They think that's the only way they can control. The real solution is more free speech. Now, does that mean we let child pornographers and people who post dead bodies and stuff run around social media without any control? No, of course not. We need the government first to define what is and isn't a social media company. Then we need the government to define how those social media companies are allowed to control free speech. And it needs to be transparent. It needs to be checked and balanced. The people need to be involved. We need a whole new paradigm around this. The neoliberal idea that we can just put the fucking lid on the cookie jar and just zap right wingers until we get to the free speech zone is fucking ridiculous. If it was up to the neoliberals, only corporate media would be allowed to call itself news, right? Jake Tapper and the rest would be considered news, and everyone else would be considered rabble. And all of us, we'd have to be on our P's and Q's, can't say anything controversial, certainly couldn't, criticize the military-industrial complex, dozens and dozens of issues that the neoliberals are terrible on. No, the whole thing is so fucked. And Hillary Clinton's a big part of this too. Nancy Pelosi is another one. Dianne Feinstein is another Democrat that's disgusting when it comes to free speech and liberty. All right, so I'm not Elon Musk. I think people that call themselves a free speech absolutist are fucking grifters. Of course, there needs to be limits on free speech. That's how the American definition of free speech. There are limits. Okay, but what I don't want is a bunch, and this is what Hillary Clinton wants, because she had it for like during the 2010s, right? 2000 through the 2010s. It was basically a bunch of neoliberal friendly, Democrat friendly oligarchs that were running these social media companies. Zuckerberg and Jack Dempsey, I think that was his name for Twitter. Et cetera, et cetera. They were basically aligned with the Democratic Party, kind of, Zuckerberg, right, whatever. But they basically, they moderated their social spaces by the rules set by the neoliberal establishment, right? Certain things you could talk about, certain things you couldn't. Certain things were over the line. And that's what Hillary Clinton wants. She wants a bunch of moneyed oligarchs to pick and choose, who are, of course, friendly to her party and friendly to her ideology, to pick and choose what is and isn't truth. That's her idea of and she's talking about lose total control. Bitch, you shouldn't have total control. That doesn't mean remove all regulations, because that's what they would say. Oh, you just want to create a space where a bunch of pedos can hang out. No. But solutions should be concerned. Solutions to problems like this should have free speech as a priority, right? Okay, if we're going to implement this rule, how is this going to affect free speech? How is this going to affect free expression? What does this rule mean? What does this rule mean you can't say? How does one get punished from this rule? It's all arbitrary. We've seen it completely out of control on Twitter, right? Elon Musk scoops it up, turns it into a right-wing hellhole. There's no regulation, no laws, nothing to define it. And these are very, very powerful tools. So Hillary Clinton has it wrong. The right wing has it wrong. And honestly, I don't really hear a lot of people, because most people just to kind of agree with Hillary Clinton. Like, oh yeah, we need to moderate. Most people on the left basically agree with that. What they don't see is that they're handing over authoritarian power to this neoliberal establishment that, is quite frankly cannot be trusted. They want to, like I said, they want to put the control back in the hands of moneyed elite that control these tools. They're okay with that. Yeah, really, woke patriot? That's what they're saying? Because 5 minutes after putting the Bill would be at the strip club. You know it. Hillary, I miss Hillary so much. I miss Hillary's fake-looking plastic surgery. Oh, Hillary. I used to have a really rock-solid Bill Clinton. I do not anymore. Yeah, the First Amendment has to be preserved. That does not mean anarchy. Free speech, absolute. Like, the people that argue against me, that argue against what I'm saying, they want it to be a binary argument of all free speech or no free speech. I'm saying the government needs to define what a social media company is, needs to regulate it, and that regulation needs to be transparent. The regulation needs to be separated from the owners of these social media tools. They need to be following a regulatory procedure to operate in the United States, so that when they ban people, we know why, so that there is a clear, path to getting your account back. So there's transparency on these decisions and these rules, right? Because what do we have now? They just arbitrarily, you're in violation of the rules. What rule? What did I say? When? Nothing. Crickets. That's what we have now. So that's what I had to say about this. I'm getting this woman off my screen. This comment was very interesting. Moving on to this next comment here. Lawrence Tribe saying the onslaught of litigation includes. So we're talking about the electioneering lawsuits. All these lawsuits being used to challenge the 2020 election, and people are pointing out, yeah, it's going to be a tsunami. It's going to be even worse. Every trick in the book is going to be pulled. So this person here pointing out the onslaught of litigation includes 90 lawsuits filed in recent weeks by Republican groups, already more than 3 times the number filed before Election Day 2020. So this is the lawsuits that they're already filing. These are lawsuits that they're already filing. This isn't past. This is present. The campaign seems poised to contest the results of the presidential election if Trump loses and refuses to accept. Jonathan Greenberg here pointing out what I'm constantly pointing out is that Merrick Garland has been a massive, massive failure and is extremely political in his own right. His justifications for being hands off on a lot of this stuff is to not be political. That is, in fact, a political decision. The only thing that should be driving his decisions are people committing crimes. And are those people going to jail? As an attorney general, that should be his only concern. But no, his main concern is to not appear political, which just so happens to benefit the right wing, by the way. By the way, Merrick Garland is a right winger. What do you mean? Joe Biden put him in charge. Yeah, well, that's Joe Biden. Just like Mueller. Just like Robert Mueller was a right winger. They had the January 6th commission run by right wingers. The Democratic Party. Oh, it's to make us look unpolitical. You're being extremely political. And they know it. They fucking know it because they basically agree. It's hard to fathom, but Nancy Pelosi basically agrees with Mitch McConnell on like 90% of shit. So Jonathan Greenberg pointing out, this is bitter fruit for Merrick Garland's personal political decision to block the DOJ prosecution of faked electors in January 2022 when 3 state attorney generals begged him to do it. So listen to that. 3 state attorney generals saying, please do your fucking job on this. Our elections are very important. And Merrick, I don't want to appear political. I'm weak and I'm secretly right wing, so I don't want to hurt the right wing this much. Our entire democracy may perish as a result of his criminal enabling decision. So all this shit could have been nipped in the bud. Right? Made it much more difficult to file these fake ass lawsuits that are intended to slow down, that are intended to subvert the election. Merrick Garland could have nipped this in the bud, set some kind of precedent in court, doesn't do it. Merrick Garland perfectly reflects the failed Joe Biden administration. I think when historians look at Joe Biden, I think the thing that they're going to point out the most is a total vacuum of leadership. A man so cowardly, he was incapable of making a real decision. If it was easy, if it was a slam dunk, okay, sure, whatever. If it was a decision that required real leadership, real sacrifice, Joe Biden's history. Interesting little factoid. I don't know. You take from it what you want. But apparently, Donald Trump signed a $100,000 check, legal retainer with RFK Jr.'s law firm, just a few days after his endorsement. So RFK Jr. comes out, I'm not doing this for Trump. I'm not doing this for the right-wing party. I'm not doing this. This is a real legitimate political campaign. Oh, just kidding. Pro-Trump all the way, pro-Trump all the way. And then 2 days later, Donald Trump, $100,000 legal retainer in RFK's law firm. I mean, this is the kind of classic mafia-style corruption that, this is exactly what we'd expect from Trump and crew, but I don't know. It's still pretty disgusting. It's still pretty dirty. No one seems to care. So in the latest update to Republicans are perverts category, here we have the latest in Republicans' war against bathrooms. This is a doozy. Listen to this. Horrified parents speak out after school installs viewing windows into the trans-inclusive restrooms. A Pennsylvania school district has reversed course and boarded up window openings it recently installed that allowed people in a middle school hallway to peer into two gender-neutral designed bathrooms, the superintendent said Friday. And here's a picture of the window that was installed. As you can see, here's the entrance to the bathroom. You can clearly see the stalls. Right. If you could be like looking out, through the crack in the stall out of a window and see people walking by in the hallway. The two windows were installed in recent weeks following a vote in August of the Southwestern School District's conservative majority school board. Extreme conservatives, by the way. That's what I'm hearing reported. A move the board president said was designed to monitor and prevent misbehavior. But just the general neutral bathrooms? Just the general neutral ones, huh? Gender neutral. Not the boys and girls ones. So nothing untoward could happen. All the gay stuff happening in there, though. All kinds of gay stuff happening in there. I need a window. Adults. These are bathrooms for children. Adults made this decision. Right-wing adults, conservative adults. Of course, why did they do it? I assume they did it so that people wouldn't use the bathroom, and that would somehow cure the gay. Oh, this will get them back in the closet. See, if they poop, they have to do it in front of everybody. It's a shameful thing. See, so they have to say, look, I'm gay and I'm pooping. Yeah, this fixes it. The openings were covered by plywood on Thursday on the advice of lawyers from the Harrisburg-based Independent Law Center. So these extreme Republicans just did this shit. They didn't consult. Who cares? Woke deep state. You can't tell me what to do. If I want to watch some gay kids having a poop, I'm going to watch. That's my American right. They're gaining up in there. We're not allowed to look. We're not allowed to see all the gay stuff happening there. All the stuff, they're touching each other and stuff. We're not allowed to see that. That's unfair. There's women and boys in there. The girls and boys in there. They're gaying it up. They're pooping and gaying it up. I'm not allowed to see that. It's my American right. A conservative legal group, the board consulted before ordering the windows installed. So no, okay, I take it back. I should have read the whole thing. So they did consult with lawyers before they did it, and did it anyway. Oh, look, there's a gay booty. But no, so they did consult with lawyers. They said, okay, the lawyer said, yeah, that's a big problem, guys. Massive violation of privacy. It doesn't matter if you're gay or not. Gay people don't deserve privacy. Put that window in there. Quote, I believe that we have to protect all of our students, Burkhart said in a phone interview. Students are entitled to privacy, and I don't want to violate that. After the shitstorm, after you cut the hole in the wall, and after you created the shitstorm, now you're saying that. Now you care about student. I care about student. Look, I just didn't think they were human. Look, they're not, they weren't technically, in my eyes, technically human beings, so they're technically not students. So I didn't really care about their human rights, but now I guess I have to pretend I do until I can come up with some other, crazy rule. It's a shitty situation. The board has been targeting transgender students and stripping away their rights for a while, say Christina Moon, a lawyer with a Philadelphia-based education law center, which has asked affected students to reach out to it. She said multiple tiers and assignments of bathrooms, overcomplicating a non-issue, stigmatizing students. So we've had the bathroom debate, because initially I thought, maybe a third bathroom does kind of make sense. But I mean, I think if you have the ability, if you're a really large building and you have the ability to have a unisex bathroom, unisex bathrooms have existed for quite some time, since way before the gay issue. I think that's fine. But yeah, this is to me, this is really emblematic of the paranoia, of these ignorant people, right? Because they assume that if a girl and a boy, because they can't imagine that the girl is a boy, the boy's a girl, they can't imagine any of that. They think, oh, if what could happen in that situation? He's got boy parts and she's got girl parts. They're alone in the bathroom. What could happen? What could all the steamy stuff? They're just their dirty little imagination just goes crazy, and then it's manifest physically, right? This window is all of their insecurities and all of their ignorances manifested right here in this school bathroom window. It's ridiculous. Shitty situation. All right. Last little bit of the right-wing stuff. This was a statement made recently, if you don't know who Jack Posobiec, I have a hard time saying his name. Well-known conservative, Tucker Carlson style, Charlie Kirk style conservative talking head guy, right? This is the kind of shit that they're saying behind closed doors, or in this case at CPAC, Conservative Political Action Committee meeting, right? He knows cameras are rolling. He's talking into a microphone. He knows people are recording with their cell phones. If I walked up to him with a microphone and I said, did you make the statements? He probably would say yes. They're proud of this. This is what they want. Here's what they said. Welcome to the end of democracy. We're here to overthrow it completely. We didn't get all the way there on January 6th, but we will endeavor to get rid of it. This was a statement made in February of 2024. This is not some nobody, okay? He runs in the conservative circles. Maybe you haven't heard his name. Maybe you have. Religious theocrat, right? Totally supports Project 2025. All that. He's all that. He's speaking at this conservative. He was asked by the conservatives to speak, and he's at a conservative. It labels itself as conservative, right? And he's calling for the end of democracy, and he's not escorted out of the room. You know, I find it really hard to believe that if the shoe were on the other foot, yeah, these guys, exactly. I'm just joking. What do you mean? I'm just joking. What do you mean? No, don't take me seriously. But I find it really hard to believe that, you know, if the shoe were on the other foot and this was a Democratic Political Action Committee conference, and one of the speakers, one of the chosen speakers gets up there and starts talking about, hey, welcome to the end of the democracy. We're here to overthrow it. You know, we didn't do it last time when we stole the election from Donald Trump, but now we're gonna, you know, now we're really gonna do it when we steal the election from Donald Trump a second time. I find it hard to believe that man, the mic wouldn't have been cut and he would have been asked to leave if this were like a Democratic, you know, conference. Conservative conference, hell yeah, woo! I bet you he got a big chunk of applause there. I wish I had the video. Sorry, I don't. But I bet you he got applause. He's not asked to leave. This is what they want. This is who they are. Real America's Voice right here. That's Steve Bannon's network, I believe. They're backing away only because it hurts their politics. They totally agree with everything that's in that 900-page document. There isn't a Republican in charge that doesn't agree with at least 90% of that Project 2025. Most of them totally agree with everything in there. Because it says, you know, make a Republican a dictator, make Christianity the national religion. But yeah, they are, you know, Donald Trump is like, oh, this is really bad for my poll numbers. It's making me look like a dictator. I'm not even in there yet. You guys had to wait. You got to wait. I guarantee you he had a meeting. I said this before, but I guarantee you he had a meeting with these Project 2025 guys and, you know, chastising them for, oh, you're letting everybody know what the plan is. You should have shut the fuck up. We got to lie to these people. Can't tell them that you want me to be a dictator. I could say I'm a dictator. I could joke my way out of it. People take you seriously. So that's, you know, another example of how right-wingers are going to run our lives if they get in charge. Yeah, Trump was mentioned over 300 times. Yeah, no, he's an absolute integral part of their plan. So that's, you know, Republicans running our election, Republicans running our lives. It's authoritarianism. And here's another example, stuff that they're already trying to implement. Trump Bible, quote unquote, one of the few that meet Walter's criteria for Oklahoma classrooms. Wait, what? What's happening? Superintendent Ryan Walters isn't just talking about buying Bibles for schools. Bids open Monday for a contract to supply the state Department of Education with 55,000 Bibles. The Department of Education for Oklahoma. According to the bid documents, vendors must meet certain specifications. Bibles must be the King James Version, must contain the Old and New Testaments, must include copies of the Pledge of Allegiance, Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, and the Bill of Rights, and must be bound in leather or leather-like material. So he sets this specific criteria, and the Trump Bible is the only one that has all of these different documents in there. It's fucking disgusting to put the Bill of Rights, the fucking Constitution, in a Bible. These are documents that are antithetical to themselves. They should be separations of church and state, etc. But here they are saying, "Oh, these are Christian documents. These are Christian. That's why it belongs in the Bible. It's a Christian document." So a salesperson at Mandel Christian and Education Search, and though they carry 2,900, so this book company that they could have bought it from carries 2,900 different Bible varieties. None of them fits the parameters. So the only Bible that they're going to buy for schools is the Trump Bible. But one Bible fits perfectly. Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA Bible, endorsed by former President Donald Trump and commonly referred to as the Trump Bible. They cost $60 each, and with Trump receiving fees for his endorsement. So there it is. Just an example of, oh, we don't want to, how dare you come, and try to teach my kid how to live and how to come to my school and try to brainwash my kid. And then as soon as they get into power, let's brainwash kids immediately. Let's get them brainwashed in the Trump Bible. Trump Bibles for all the schools. You can only learn the Bible in school. Right. News at 11. These guys are theocratic hypocrites, but they're totally dangerous. They get themselves into power. Okay. They implement and change rules. How many lefty communists, rallying against the fucking, military industrial complex are actually weaseling their way into power and actually making change. This is our life under these fascists. And the left, the progressive left, needs to understand how dangerous the neoliberal left doesn't. We got Tim Walz talking about bipartisanship with these people, talking about working with these people. They do not understand the danger that they're in. If a person like this and people like him get into charge, eventually they will make the Democratic Party redundant. They will destroy maybe they won't destroy them completely, right? Arrest them wholesale. They'll let them exist, but they'll put them in a nice little kiddie pool, put a little gate around the kiddie pool, and say, okay, you can pretend to be politicians while we really run the show. And you can pretend to be the opposition over here in the kiddie pool. And he will do it gladly. He will do it gladly. Men and people like him. I had to show you this. This is going to be the last video of the day. Unfortunately, I have to get going here. We'll get to the war and cyber shit section maybe next time. Maybe tomorrow, actually, because I'll be dropping the kid off at daycare, and maybe I'll just squeeze those in. I have to show you this because the reason why this video is at the end. Thank you, Abros, for that follow. And welcome back, Roxfist. I like to reward people who stick around through the boring streams. Every stream is boring, I guess. I don't know. The chat activity always goes way down later in the stream. But I want to reward you if you're sticking around here. This is pure entertainment. We're going to watch the whole clip. The Good Liars. I'm sorry to the Good Liars if I'm stealing your content. It's too good. I have to steal it. Like and subscribe, folks. It's amazing. They do amazing work, the Good Liars. They really do. And the main reason why I'm showing you this video is that I ran out of jokes. Fair enough. My voice is running out, so I get that. The main reason why I want to show you this is that I talked about this last time, I believe. It is completely ridiculous and absurd for neoliberal Democrats to still think that they can change these people's minds, right? Because we hear that as the strategy. We hear that as the strategy. We got to find the centrists. We got to find the independents, right? We need to find these people. And it's like, sure, yes, of course. It's not monolithic. You can pick away at them. But it's not a viable strategy. It's not nearly as, at least it's not as viable as trying to find likely left-leaning voters that are completely checked out of the process, get them to register the vote, get them to inspire them with not just rhetoric but also results, right? To do a real get out the vote campaign. This whole idea that we're going to be converting these people, just listen to this. There is simply no amount, and this is why I am the way I am with the chat. Right? When I just say, look, I'm just done. I just hit the button and talk to the hand. They're hammers looking for nails. They've made their conclusion. There is no amount of objective reality or even unreality. You couldn't lie you couldn't lie to these people that Trump, did you hear Trump was caught with CP and Trump, there's video of Trump with Epstein, Oh, I don't care. It's not true. And in this case, it would be not true, right? But so there's no amount of objective reality, and there's no amount of lying that you could do to convince these people otherwise. When Trump dies, here's the good thing. Here's the shining ray of light. Not when Trump died. And I'm not making that joke, but no. Here's the thing: These people specifically, these extreme hardline partisans, are going to completely check out themselves when Trump dies. They're not going to fall in line for Marco Rubio. They're not going to fall in line for Matt Gaetz and what's left of the Republican Party. When Trump finally leaves, he's taking these people with him, right? They're all here for Trump. They're not here for the Republican Party. The Republican Party is going to desperately, try to, okay, Vivek Ramaswamy, oh, you're most like Trump. Try to be Trump. He'll try and try and try and try. He'll do the hand motions and everything. He'll even poop in a diaper for you. But it just won't capture that magic. And these fucking freaks especially are going to go right back to their bridges and completely disengage from politics. And it's going to be a great day. It's going to be a great day. Hey, Sir Smoke-A-Lot, huh? How about you cry some more? Cry some fucking more for me. Give me them goddamn tears. Climate denying. Anyway.
A lot of interesting stuff at a Trump rally, a lot of normal stuff. Like here's Donald Trump looking jacked with a crown made of bullets. So, very normal, very normal.
It was God alone. Make America great again. Ben Franklin on the arm. Ben Franklin on the arm. He's got like two gun tattoos. Oh, Lordy. I mean, like, the idiocracy. That's all, it's Camacho. It's actually Camacho, dude.
Cool stuff here.
Yeah, totally not a cult. Yeah.
Everybody's entitled to a trial.
So why aren't you yelling that? Three-quarters of Congress should have the right to a trial.
I said hang all the traitors. And then you asked me about Congress. And I said, yeah, I think three-quarters of Congress are traitors.
So if you follow that logic, you're saying hang the traitors, three-quarters of them are traitors.
In court, and let's see where it goes. I got plenty of rope.
Do you hate Taylor Swift?
Yeah, I do.
You are a pastor, and this is your truck, right? And what's the message that you're spreading out here today?
Well, everybody's got to be involved in saving America and standing up with President Trump. God uses imperfect people, just like he used Samson, and just like he used King Saul. All of God's...
Pretty imperfect. He found the right guy. He found one of the most imperfect fellas to do it, yeah?
People are used who have sin and who have imperfections, but they repent. President Trump has given glory to God.
Swims with whales. Objectively, the race is basically 50-50 with maybe Kamala Harris ahead, ever so slightly. I don't think the polls are accurate, though. I think I'm saying this very trepidatiously. I'm not trying to jinx anything, but I feel like Kamala is going to win, but I do think it's way too close. It's way too fucking close.
God, especially after the hand of God saved him with the assassination attempts now that two of them that have happened unto him.
I'm with Kamala. Just kidding. I'm not an effing idiot.
Keep it family friendly.
Okay. All right.
PG.
Right. And so I noticed you're keeping it PG. You don't want to put a certain word out there. Is that right?
I just want to keep it PG for the kids.
Okay.
Right.
So you're just worried about what the kids might hear?
Yes, absolutely.
But
that shirt probably came in kids sizes. Anyway.
Just to be clear, you are wearing this shirt.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Got to spread the word.
Yeah, spread the word.
She's a total idiot.
Yeah.
And I'm not one.
But do you think kids might see the word, even if you're not saying it? That they might see the word.
I had bought ordered a sticker that I could put over it. Hasn't come in yet.
Well, but you're
fucking immigrants, right?
Gonna keep wearing the shirt?
Yeah, I'm actually looking to buy a button that I can put right over it.
Here's one.
Joe in the hole. Come on, that's the same thing.
Oh, it's the same thing, right?
Joe, just so he's picking out ones that are just as fucking disgusting.
Right, exactly. It's almost more offensive.
Joe the hoe.
Yeah, it actually is.
DEI, I didn't earn it. Here's one, I guess. I don't know.
You hear a lot of Democrats saying that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. Do you think that is bad rhetoric?
A threat? It could be construed as that, yeah. I think they have to be careful with threat to democracy, yeah.
And just a hypothetical, if Kamala Harris loses the election, and then she claims that she won the election. She's the sitting vice president. And she refused to certify the election results during the joint session of Congress. Would that be a threat to democracy?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is blatant. If Trump does it, it's cool. If anyone else does it, it's not cool. I know I'm a hypocrite. I don't care. I've thrown all that away. I've thrown logic to the wind. It's like the Grateful Dead. I just follow him around. These people disappear. When Trump disappears, look, he's got the flags. He's just covered in flags. Oh, he's so patriotic, so patriotic. This motherfucker disappears under his bridge. The moment Trump disappears, he's not giving, I don't know. That's not the case for all of them. Old guys like this tend to vote, right? So he's going to continue to vote Republican. But the power, the cult of personality, the motivation, the thing that gets you to go. It's a big fun event. Look at the smiles. Everyone's having fun. That Asian guy we're going to see, he's a rapper. He's making like Trump MAGA branded music. No one's going to make Matt Gaetz branded music. No one's going to make Republican Party after Trump music. You know what I mean? It's not going to inspire that kind of engagement. Sure, yeah, but the old guys will continue to vote. No offense to the old folks around here. They got their head screwed on straight. Yeah, Sir Smoke a Lot, get the fuck out of here, man. I'm officially sick of your shit.
So, in 2020, Donald Trump tried to get Mike Pence to do that exact same thing. Is that
wrong.
Just
so? That is a threat to democracy.
Wrong. He was wrong on that. Yeah.
So you believe Donald Trump was a threat to democracy?
Was a threat? I think he had a couple of bad days there. Yeah, I don't agree with what he did on those days on January 6th. Although he did say, I don't think he's responsible, though, for all of those marches. He did say, which the New York Times, CNN always leaves out. But
all right. I apologize, Sir Smoke a Lot. I vehemently disagree. I seriously doubt your motivations. But maybe you are just genuinely naive and genuinely asking questions. So I'm sorry for my harsh language. Have yourself a nice day. Bye-bye.
March peacefully. Yeah. You always forget that.
But just to clarify here, you're saying that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy in his actions after the 2020 election. So is it not just stating a fact when Democrats say that he's a threat to democracy?
Well, they say he's a threat to democracy now. Like, you tell me what is he going to do that's a threat to democracy? Is he going to lock up everybody in jail?
Gates Corps.
Is he going to put all the Democrats in jail?
Well,
what is the actual threat that they talk about?
What he did on January 6th and what he pressured his vice president to do on January 6th, which you said was
4 years ago.
But does that not show that he has the temper?
The whole 4 years ago. Come on. What are you talking about? He only told his vice president not to certify the peaceful transition of power. Oh, come on. He's only subverting the democratic establishments, democratic foundations of our country. It's 4 years ago. Come on.
To not care about the Constitution?
At that point, yeah, he was. He had a tough, bad day. I go along with.
He had a bad day, but we got to get him back in there. That's for sure. Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, I'm completely up my own ass
with that.
And that's not a deal breaker to you, a Republican refusing to certify the results of election?
It's not a deal breaker. No.
Bulletproof.
We are here with former President Trump, and we're going to ask what's been on a lot of people's minds. What did you mean when you said Haitian immigrants are eating dogs and cats? Well, there you have it.
We can't just sit idly on the sidelines and allow satanic.
I would argue, Clutch Cargo, apathy. I would only replace stupidity with apathy. But I'm, there is a rot happening across America. Welcome back, Blessed Up Kid and Clutch Cargo.
Forces to take over our children, our family, and our values. We have to stand up for our values and our godly values.
So if Kamala Harris wins, you will trust the results?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think Donald Trump will say, hey, I lost?
No. No, I don't think he'll give up.
Right. So that's like, I make a lot of generalizations. It's hard not to. But the fact is that there are gradations of, of this within, you know, we are dealing with human beings here, so you know we do have to come to terms with that. So this man still has his own delusions, as we'll see, but you know, I don't know what kind of point I'm trying to make there. I'm just simply trying to say we are dealing with human beings.
So you think even if Kamala Harris wins and it's fair, Donald Trump will say, "Hey, it's rigged. I won."
Probably. He's got a very big ego.
Does that bother you at all?
No.
He's Donald Trump perfectly reflects the state of right-wing politics. He really does perfectly. He perfectly reflects the state of right-wing politics, even though he's a fancy teetotaling, golden toilet shitting rich boy from New York who voted Democrat most of his life. The image that he created for himself, but that has really been created for Trump. You know, this attack the deep state stuff. It's all their wishes and desires manifest, glom to Trump. Very similar to the Obama phenomenon, right? Where he was the hero to all liberals and progressives. He was all good things he wasn't all the bad things. He was just the good things, right? And it got completely out of hand. And all he had to do was say hope. And we all just kind of filled in the blank here. It's the exact same phenomenon, but on the right. And he really, really does speak, to these individuals who think in this way, who think in this with this conservative mindset.
Do you feel like Donald Trump is a threat to democracy or not?
Not at all.
Now, would you trust the election if Kamala wins?
I'm not sure. I think if she wins, they cheated.
So.
This guy's wearing a Teamsters pro-union shirt, by the way, and he supports Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not the friend of unions, okay? It doesn't even need to be said.
Does that make you feel like maybe Donald Trump has eroded your faith in democracy?
No, Donald Trump hasn't eroded my faith in anything. He's been right about everything.
Right, but because of the last election, you're saying you won't trust this one because he won't concede the last.
I mean, stupid people exist, guys. You know, dumb people exist. They do. You know, that doesn't mean society should marginalize them, right? That doesn't mean, that's like, but stupid people exist. That's just a fact of life.
Last one, you won't trust this election.
I believe they cheated on the last one.
Right. A lot of Republicans say that Democrats should tone down the rhetoric. Do you think they have a responsibility to tone down the rhetoric?
The Democrats, yeah, definitely.
You think it's more of a problem with the Democrats than the Republicans as far as like violent rhetoric, violent?
So no, female eunuch. So see, that's and no offense to you, but that is sometimes the path of the neoliberal, where they say we need to means test this. The solution is actually to more democracy, just like the solution with the issues of social media and free speech. It's more free speech. What do I mean? There should be everyone should be automatically registered to vote. You should be able to walk into any polling place in America when it's election time. Give them some basic information, probably your social security number, and vote right then and there. All the other restrictions need to be removed. It needs to be the exact opposite. Instead of means testing, we open up the floodgates. We open up the floodgates to democracy. We give people the ability to vote without. You don't need to go to the DMV to get a license. You don't need to fill out your register as one party or another. You just walk in, some rudimentary information to make sure that you are an American citizen, that you haven't voted twice, and then you walk into the booth and pull the fucking lever. That's the real solution. One of the reasons why we don't hear that talked about is that the neoliberals, just as much as the Republicans, take advantage of the terrible electoral college system. They take advantage of how bad this system is, and they don't want to fix it themselves. They want to fix it so it's like, it works just like it used to in the 90s, but they don't want to completely reform the electoral college and our election system, so that they might end up losing to a progressive candidate, because that's exactly what would happen if we opened up those Democratic floodgates, is that the neoliberal establishment would have to start dealing with challenges from the left.
Images, things like that?
Well, they're definitely calling him Hitler. And, what do you think about Hitler? Right? I mean,
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah.
they just.
I noticed that
They
there's
call
this
him Hitler. Hitler,
Trump
Hitler
here
was
with
bad
a
and stuff.
Tommy gun.
Oh, I think I'm wearing socks you may like too over there as well.
Oh, his socks got Donald Trump
he's
on
a
his
little
socks
fancy
too. Wow,
lad.
how about
Wow. He buys all the
Here,
products.
check out this as well.
that? Yeah, you got a little thing there too, a little wristband. Wow.
Right, nice purse.
Oh, you got another one.
Nice purse. I'm not hating. I'm not hating. I would just like to point out that Donald Trump and JD Vance are not the friend of the LGBTQ community, sir. But nice purse.
Oh, there's two of them. Wow.
Ever been into a Trump rally before?
No, I watched it on television.
What brought you to this one?
Support
Yeah.
against any snipers or any danger. We shouldn't be feared to express our feelings.
You're here
Sir, a right-wing Republican. Okay.
to support against any snipers?
If there's something that's going to go on, you know, people shouldn't be feared to come here.
What would you do? Well, how would you support?
I'll give up my life.
Right. I mean, that's why he's overweight, right? It's to increase his mass, and that helps protect Donald Trump. Makes perfect sense to me, liberal.
If there's a bomb in this flower pot, then that's mine.
That's mine. Yeah.
So you're here to
take a bullet.
Die if you have to?
Patriot.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, wow, it got pretty dark, huh?
Yeah. It got cloudy.
Yeah, but also the subject matter of the discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know people who...
I mean, right there. I mean, it's subtle. It's subtle. It's subtle. But stupid people exist.
We're here to...
Yeah, it's dark out. Oh, the weather's really dark. He doesn't even connect. He doesn't even connect how dark what he's talking about. Dying for a fucking tyrant.
Die if you have to?
Fear, yes.
Okay, wow, it got pretty dark, huh?
Yeah. It got cloudy.
Yeah, but also the subject matter of the discussion.
Yeah.
So you know people who friends' pets got eaten in Ohio?
Yes.
Wow.
You have their names?
No, we'll get it out there. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, we'll put it on social media. Don't you worry. I put it out there. Q Watch 77. That's me. Q Watch 77.
So eventually the people will hear about it?
Eventually.
Like when though? Because right now it
you,
just sounds
Ken
like it's not true.
Because it's fake news.
That's what I'm saying. It sounds like it's fake news. Yeah.
It's fake news.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's fake news.
It's fake news.
So it is or it isn't?
It's fake news.
Yeah, okay, so it's fake news about the dogs and the cats. That's kind of what we thought.
And I know.
Yeah, we got we got a Trump hottie though. Trump hottie alert, man. Rare. That's a rare sighting. You don't see too many.
So it's fake news about the dogs and the cats. That's kind of what we thought.
Can you fix her? I'm super married. It's over for me. All I get to do is point out that they exist. Then that's it. That's the end of my abilities. That's all I get. That's it. I love being married. It's a lovely thing. I don't regret it at all. I'm just pointing it out.
And I noticed you're giving away a gun here. Is that true?
Yep.
And can you explain that?
We're big Second Amendment people. Our album, MAGA Kingdom, is last week was number 2 on the Amazon charts. We're still in the top 50 on the hip hop charts.
Top 50 of the hip hop charts. Which ones? Which one? The CMT hip hop charts?
The official release date is October 13th, and people who pick up the album are also entered to win a 50K.
He's got the Trump sneakers in the fucking Jesus. It's just everything. It's just everything, man. So you see what I mean though? Like how once Trump loses, if he loses, God help us if he wins, right? We'll never get rid of guys like this. But if he loses, the whole thing, he's going to sell the truck. He's going to, he's going to throw away the clothes. Late night, big boy.
Desert Eagle.
Is there a website where people can get your stuff?
Yes, sir. MAGAhammocks.com. Please check it out. We do custom, but obviously we're patriots. Let's go Trump.
All right, so MAGAhammock.com.
Hammocks, plural, MAGAhammocks.
MAGAhammock.com. You can get all your Trump gear there. Thank you. I appreciate that.
My pleasure.
Yeah. What was the first name again?
Steve, here.
Steve. Oh, great. Steve, you can get all the merch at MAGAhammock.com. Singular. Singular? Hammocks. Okay. All right, so check out MAGAhammock.com and you can get all of the stuff. Great stuff, the hammocks as well as the scarves.
are here at a Trump rally in Long Island. Are you definitely not leaving early?
I'm definitely not leaving early.
How late are you going to be here?
I'm going to be here till the end.
Okay. Holding up the sign the whole time?
I'm going to hold up the sign the whole time.
Do you think you're overcompensating a little bit?
No, not at all. Nope.
Yeah, exactly. They're made in China. It's probably a drop ship.
You buy the album, you get a chance to get a gun.
Wait, hold on. What did he say to him?
Overcompensating a little bit?
No, not at all. Nope.
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 And then awkward silence. You're not overcompensating even a little bit? Nope, not at all. Nope, not me.
You buy the album, you get.
I mean, he was about to say something, so the editing was not very friendly to him. Let's be real on that one.
A chance to get a gun.
Yep.
Can we hear a little rap here?
This is so embarrassing.
Listen to it right there, bro.
I got it in the flesh right here.
But it's so weird. He's supposed to be. It's like he's such a poser, right? Because he's supposed to be gangster, rapper, down to rap, but he's like nervous. He's not a very good performer. He's more of like a suburban, kind of guy. He's not G'd up, he's not G'd up. There's several, like if the beat is right, if I know the beat, there's several tracks that I could easily start banging on, right? Because I love hip hop. I love that stuff. This guy can't even do his own music.
I'm singing it right there, yo.
Oh, sing along with it. Let's have a little bit of the rap.
He's not a performer.
Come on.
If Donald Trump wins the 2024 election, will you trust it? Will you believe that it was fair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll believe
He's got to be too big to steal. He's got to win by a lot.
If Kamala Harris wins the 2024 election, will you trust the results?
No, because where's her rally? She doesn't. Nobody's for her.
Well, I mean, she's not having one here today. We are here to.
Yeah, I'll sing. We'll all go to karaoke. I'll do Beck's "Loser." I'm pretty sure I know all the lyrics to Beck's "Loser." That's a white guy hip hop song. I can get away with that one.
Trump rally. The whole nation is talking about political rhetoric, so we expect people here to be pretty sensitive to that. So, there's a drawing of Joe Biden tied up in the back of a pickup truck. Actually, coincidentally, the same pickup truck that Donald Trump shared an image of on social media.
Yeah.
My faith in the justice system went downhill when Joe Biden took over.
Okay, so what do you have faith in anymore?
When Joe Biden took over, I mean, does he even understand? He doesn't. He doesn't even understand. He's in a democracy where people are democratically elected. Joe Biden took over, like that was just like that just happened, huh?
Faith in the FBI. I don't have a lot of faith in the Secret Service. I don't have a lot of faith in the CIA.
So democracy, the justice system, the Secret Service, the FBI, and the CIA?
You keep saying democracy. I haven't said that once. I'm good with democracy.
Well, no, but you said you won't trust this election if Trump doesn't win.
Correct.
That's not democracy. He doesn't even know. He literally doesn't know the definition of the fucking word, man. Look. And the solution, once again, is to not cut this guy out, but to open up the floodgates, okay? He is allowed... Look, it is totally legal to be stupid in America. It is your right. It is your right to be as dumb as fucking shit. It really is, okay? And it's kind of a beautiful thing when you think about it sometimes. The solution isn't to try to find the right voter. The solution is to let everyone vote. Register everyone automatic. If you're an American citizen, you're automatically registered, and you're automatically mailed an absentee ballot, right? Unless you check a box that says, "Oh, I'm going to go to the vote. I'm going to go to a voting place." Right? But you automatically are sent a ballot. You're automatically registered to vote. And it would change everything. And that's exactly why we would never see any kind of, change around the Electoral College, because it would be substantive. It would be foundational. It would be unbelievable, the kind of change that we would have if the Democratic floodgates were open. But yeah, the unfortunate reality is, you can't fix stupid. And people in a democracy that respects liberty, that respects human rights, there has to be a certain amount of acceptance of stupidity. There's just no other choice. There's nothing we can do. It's humanity. We have to deal with it,
If you're not singing because you don't know the lyrics, just admit you don't know the lyrics.
Well, let's say I don't have every single song because I wrote hundreds. That I have memorized, yes.
Can we just hear a couple bars?
Huh?
Doesn't know the lyrics. to his own songs. Why is this special? It's because he's a grifter. He sees a grift. He saw the other guy, the Fortaggio blow, right? He's doing a Fortaggio blow. He's like, oh, these MAGA people, man, they can't help but hand out money. He doesn't, he's not really connecting it that way. But he's a poser. He's a total fucking poser.
A couple bars of the rap.
Of this one?
Yeah.
It's too big to rig. This is not this song, but it's the other one. It's the other one that we're talking about.
This is a couple bars.
Yeah. The Feds trying to kill me and end my life. If I turn left, then I turn right, I would have been another dead president. Okay? Yeah. Got my ear shot off. I was in line. The bullet would have headshot. Got 99.
Oh.
I'd be taking flowers in my casket tonight.
He's got no flow.
But God saved me. It was God alone.
He has the beat playing. He could literally just lip sync almost. He's got his own, and he's not even flowing. He's not even flowing. Yeah, no, that is true. Okay, if I wrote 100 songs, there's no fucking way I'm going to remember the first one that I wrote by heart, right? I mean, I'm sure there are some musicians that are like that. That is true. That is true. But okay, you're a performer, you get put on the spot, give me some bars, man. Just give me like the opener of your most popular song. Just give me the first 5 seconds of the opener of the song that you always, there's got to be a couple songs that you know by heart, right? You have to. You're performing them, I assume. But Lenny, to be fair, which this person doesn't really deserve, but to be fair, Lenny is correct, And hey, Lenny's a songwriter, by the way. How about that, man? I tell you, that Lenny, he'll surprise you. Where's the album? Lenny, I want to buy the album, buddy. Don't you have like a group of friends? You have a big guitar collection, a really cool guitar collection. You go out. Do you do like bluegrass or jazz, or what kind of music do you make? All right. Last thing I wanted to show today, and it just kind of encapsulates everything, and it's a George Orwell quote, but here we have Mark Rubio, musician, not a songwriter. But here we have Mark Rubio. Oh, fake jobs report out for Biden-Harris government today. Don't believe it's fake news. No proof, no nothing, just reject it. It's if it's from them, it's fake. Reject it, no proof. And of course, the George Orwell quote here from Republicans Against Trump posting it. Quote, "The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command." And that really, and I've been talking about it, right? The longer we allow both parties, but especially the fascistic right, but the longer we allow these parties to be separated from reality, the more extreme, the more dangerous our lives are going to get. Historian Robert Kagan has it right. Trump's defeat won't mark the end of anti-classical liberalism. It's very common in the U.S. political history, especially prior to World War II. That's very true, yeah. Liberalism has a good run since the Axis powers were defeated. Now we're just reverting to the norm. Interesting. Yeah, that people haven't really wrapped their head around what being in a democracy actually means. And, I talk about this all the time about how people need to take their citizenship seriously. They need to take civics seriously, participate in their citizenship. So interesting. He's saying, it's people's natural, normal reaction to fall back on authoritarianism. Yeah, Merton. Yeah. I mean, we talk about that quite a bit, right? And it's totally true. Both parties are 100% out of touch with their own voters in their own way, in their own very distinct ways. With that said, there is a clear delineation. You can't, if you're walking away from observing American politics and you're walking away saying both sides are just as bad, you are objectively wrong. You are objectively wrong without a doubt. It's tough. It's tough though. It's tough though because you could very easily fall down the same path that The Hill does. With Crystal and Sagar, where all of a sudden you're like, well, I'm a lefty, but I'm basically spending most of my time platforming really bad right-wing ideas and having fake facsimiles of debates with these bad actors. Maybe that's just Crystal. Maybe that's just Crystal's problem. I don't know. I don't like Sagar Antonetti. Have I mentioned that? Yeah, liberalism is hard. Human nature tends to not want to empower groups that they think have different values and interests. It does appear to be, we do seem to have to fight against what sometimes feels natural to create a more equitable and fair world for everybody. Why the human mind has these prejudices, why the human mind has these fears of the unknown, instead of embracing a more adventurous attitude, a more existentialist attitude. I don't know. I really don't. I only know what is right and wrong. Ultimately, there's very few things that I really do know, but I do know what is right and wrong. And I feel equity and equality is right. Morally right. Yeah, female eunuchs. Yeah, I mean, it never ends with Crystal and Sagar. It really, I remember in my example when I had to turn off breaking points was when Sagar Antonetti said it was more dangerous, and more psychologically damaging for children to have to be forced to wear masks during COVID than the gun crisis. He was basically saying we're never going to fix the gun crisis, and then Crystal kind of confronted him, and he basically said, no, I think it was more damaging for children to have to wear masks. It's just he's so dishonest, but he's also he's not as bad as some of the others. He's no Charlie Kirk, Sagar Antonetti. That doesn't mean much, but I would like to point that out. He's not as bad as a Sean Hannity, even though he probably probably shakes hands and admires Sean Hannity. Oh, I really like your work, Sean. Who knows? I'm just making shit up. Who knows? Sue me, Sagar. Sue me. Very old article, relevant today. How deeply country was running for the agenda on Gaza? Okay. Yeah, this is from 2023. I'll put this in the Discord. I'll take a look at it. Thank you very much, Trailhead. Appreciate those links. But yeah, unfortunately, folks, I do have to get moving. Sorry about that. Got to get going. Sorry. We'll get to that one next time, Trailhead. I'll definitely give that one a good read. Thank you for that link. Big props, by the way, to Trailhead. Big props to Chem Goblin, Female Eunuchs, Clutch Cargo, Merton Esper, Lenny, your boy Lenny, number Thank you, Smash. Happy birthday. 60 years young. Amazing stuff. Folks, it's not all the boomers. It's not all the Gen Xers. It's not all of them. We got some good ones out there. Thank you so much, Smash. Have yourself a good day, and happy birthday. Cougans, woo!